Hey there, story lovers. This is Arcane Paradox, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Veela Queen found her true mate in Harry at Yule Ball and Nation demanded their king? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Resonance. The Great Hall had never looked more like a trap. Harry stood at the entrance in his dress robes, the green ones Hermione had managed to find after a desperate last-minute trip to Hogsmeade, which were at least better than the maroon catastrophe Ron was currently suffering in, and tried to look like someone who wanted to be here. He wasn't succeeding. Around him, couples moved in polished pairs, the girls in silk and velvet, the boys mostly wearing expressions of mild terror underneath their formal collars. Candles floated above it all, casting everything in warm gold, and the enchanted ceiling threw down a scatter of stars that had nothing to do with the actual December sky outside. It looked beautiful. Harry felt like he was about to sit a very important exam he hadn't studied for. "You're doing the thing," Parvati said beside him. "What thing?" "The thing where you look at a room like it's trying to hurt you." Harry considered denying it and decided that would take energy he didn't have. "It might be," he said. "This tournament has been trying to hurt me since September." Parvati laughed, a real one, not the polite variety, and linked her arm through his. She looked genuinely lovely tonight, her dark hair pinned up with tiny gold ornaments that caught the candlelight, and Harry thought with a small stab of guilt that she deserved a date who was actually excited to be here. He resolved to be better company. He could manage one evening. "Right," he said, straightening. "Let's go in." The champions' table was set apart from the others, elevated slightly, which Harry suspected was the organizers' way of displaying them like trophies. Cedric Diggory sat with Cho Chang, and Harry felt the familiar dull ache of that particular complication and moved past it efficiently. Crumb was already seated, looking massive and vaguely bored, his date, Hermione, in robes Harry genuinely hadn't recognized her in at first, leaning toward him and saying something that made the Bulgarian seeker's serious face shift into something almost like a smile. Then Harry saw Fleur Delacour. She was standing at the far end of the champions' table, still on her feet while her date, some seventh-year Beauxbatons boy with the slightly dazed expression common to anyone who'd been asked out by Fleur, held her chair with stiff formality. She was in silver-white robes that seemed less like fabric and more like light made solid, her hair loose and luminous over her shoulders, and she was, Harry noticed immediately, not happy. Not unhappy the way someone is when their dress doesn't fit right or they've had a row with a friend. Unhappy the way a person is when they've been enduring something for a very long time and they're close to the end of their endurance. She smiled at her date when she sat down, and the smile was technically perfect. That was the tell. Perfect smiles from people who actually felt something were never technically perfect. Harry sat down and stopped analyzing Fleur Delacour's expressions, because that was a strange thing to be doing, and turned his attention to the food that appeared on the table with a series of satisfying pops. The champions' table had its own serving arrangement, each course announced in French and English by a small silver card that appeared beside each dish, and the food was genuinely excellent. Harry ate properly for the first time in what felt like weeks, the tension of the tournament momentarily replaced by the simple animal pleasure of good roast lamb and potatoes that hadn't been boiled into submission. Parvati was good company. She was funny in a dry, observational way he hadn't known about, and she was clearly enjoying herself despite her partner's previous failure to emote, which made Harry feel a little better about everything. Across the table, he was dimly aware of Fleur speaking to her date in low, measured French, translating something about the food, by the sound of it, and of the Beauxbatons boy staring at her with the focused attention of someone who has forgotten there are other things in the world. The weird sisters took the stage when the tables were cleared, and the floor filled. Harry danced with Parvati, which he was bad at but committed to, and she was patient and occasionally steered him away from other couples with the calm efficiency of someone who had decided to simply manage the situation rather than be annoyed by it. Around them the great hall turned into the kind of warm, golden, noise-filled bubble that made large spaces feel small and close, and for a little while Harry let himself just be in it, not the boy with the scar, not the fourth champion, just someone at a party on a cold December night. It was when he was getting 2 butterbeers from one of the floating trays, Parvati had spotted her sister and gone to talk, leaving him briefly unmoored, that Harry noticed something was wrong with Fleur Delacour. She was dancing. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that she'd stopped. Not stopped moving, she was still standing in the middle of the floor, but stopped in a way that had nothing to do with the music. Her partner was saying something to her, his hand on her arm, and she wasn't hearing him. Her head had turned, very slowly, as though something was pulling it against her will, and she was looking at Harry. He noticed because he'd happened to turn at the same moment. People looked at Harry all the time, at the scar, at the face they recognized from newspapers, and he developed a reflexive awareness of it the way you develop awareness of a persistent noise until you can tune it out. This was different. This felt like a hand on the back of his neck. Fleur Delacour was staring at him with an expression he'd never seen on a human face before. It wasn't the Veela thing. He'd been around her for months, and the Veela thing was something you adapted to eventually, the low-level pull of it sitting in your chest like a song you couldn't get out of your head. This was different. Her face had gone very still, and her eyes, he'd always known they were silver blue but he'd never been close enough for it to matter, were wide, and she looked almost afraid. Almost. Underneath the something that looked like fear was something else entirely. Something that looked like recognition. Her partner noticed she'd gone still and turned to follow her gaze. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone who didn't see anything worth looking at, which was fair enough, and turned back to Fleur. Said something. She didn't respond. She was still looking at Harry, her face doing something complicated and private, and around her the dancing continued and nobody else seemed to have noticed. Harry did the thing he always did when a situation got strange enough, he acted instead of overthinking. He picked up the 2 butterbeers, walked around the edge of the dance floor, and stopped about 3 feet in front of her. "You look like you're having a terrible night," he said. "Want to hide from everyone for a bit?" Her partner blinked at Harry with the particular indignation of a boy whose date has just been addressed by someone shorter and considerably less elegant than himself. He opened his mouth. Fleur said, very quietly, "We." She said it before Harry finished the sentence. She said it like she'd been waiting for the question for a long time. Her partner's indignation graduated to actual offense. "Excusez-moi, I am sorry, Renard," Fleur said, and her voice was perfectly composed, but there was something underneath it like the ground before an earthquake, that low pre-shudder that made animals run. "Please enjoy the evening." She stepped away from him and Harry handed her one of the butterbeers and they walked toward the door together as though it had been the plan all along. Harry heard Renard say something in French behind them, sharp and wounded, and Fleur didn't turn around. The corridor outside the great hall was almost shockingly quiet after the noise inside. Their footsteps echoed on the stone floor, and the distant thrum of the weird sisters faded to a suggestion of bass. A suit of armor stood at attention 20 feet down the passage, and above them a window showed a sky thick with Scottish winter dark. Harry sat on a wide stone windowsill that looked out over the snow-covered grounds. Fleur stood in the middle of the corridor for a moment, one hand pressed flat against the stone wall, and breathed. "Better?" Harry asked. She turned to look at him. The looking was still happening, that pulled, involuntary quality to it. "Non," she said. "Not better. But, different." She crossed to the windowsill and sat on the other end of it, angling herself to face him, and wrapped both hands around the butterbeer with a grip slightly too tight for someone having a normal evening. "You do not feel it." It wasn't a question, exactly. More like someone confirming a measurement. "Feel what?" Harry said. She studied him. "They pull. They, when Veela are near. You have been immune since the first day, non? I noticed. At the lake." Harry shrugged. "I noticed it a bit. Didn't seem worth falling over." Something shifted in her expression. It might have been the closest thing to genuine amusement he'd seen on her face all evening. "Most boys cannot stand within 10 meters. That sounds exhausting," Harry said. "For you, I mean. Not them." She looked at him for a long moment. Outside, snow was coming down in that serious, committed Scottish way, building up on the windowsill ledge on the other side of the glass. The muffled thump of the music from the great hall pulsed steadily. "It is," she said, and something in the perfect composure cracked open very slightly. "It is extremely exhausting." She took a sip of the butterbeer, seemed surprised by it, took a longer one. "This is good. Sprouse's finest," Harry said. "Or something like that." Ron explained at once. "I stopped listening halfway through." She laughed. It was small and a little surprised, like she'd done it before she could stop herself. Then her eyes settled on him again with that weighted quality, and she put the bottle down on the stone between them very carefully, and said, "I need to tell you something and I need you to not do the thing that everyone does." "What thing is that?" "They thing where they hear something strange and their face does," she made a gesture with her hand, a kind of theatrical recoiling, "and then they ask 17 questions all at once and none of them are the right question." "Right," Harry said. "Tell me then." She looked at him for one more moment, as if checking whether he meant it. Then she said, simply, "You are my true mate." The corridor was very quiet. "What does that mean?" Harry asked, which was apparently the right question, because her shoulders dropped about half an inch. "For Veela," she said, "it is a recognition. Ancient. It does not happen often, perhaps once in a generation for our people. Ze body knows before ze mind. Tonight, when I saw you across ze room, she stopped. Started again more carefully. It is not a feeling I can choose. It is like recognizing a word in a language you did not know you spoke. Ze knowing is simply, there." "Okay," Harry said. She waited, clearly expecting more. "I'm not doing the 17 questions thing," he reminded her. She stared at him. You are 14 years old and I've just told you that you are my true mate and you say okay." "I'm almost 15, Harry said, "and no offense, but I've had a lot of strange things happen to me. This year alone a dragon tried to eat me. I'm trying to put it in context." A long pause, and then Fleur laughed again, properly this time, fuller, more real, and it changed her entire face. Not the polished Veela radiance that kept boys at a fixed and worshipful distance, but something more ordinary and more valuable. She pressed the back of her hand to her mouth like she was trying to contain it and didn't entirely succeed. "Mon Dieu," she said. You are very strange, Harry Potter." "Probably," he agreed. "What does it mean though? Practically. What happens now?" The laughter faded and the more complicated thing came back. She looked down at the butterbeer between them. "Now," she said, "I must tell my mother. And she must tell Ze High Council. And Ze Council will," she exhaled slowly, "Ze Council will have opinions. Many opinions. All of them very loud. Is that bad?" "It is, complicated." She glanced at him sidelong. "You are not what they would have chosen." "Nobody ever chooses me for anything," Harry said pleasantly. "Usually they get stuck with me." "I did not say I would have chosen differently," she said, and there was a precision to it that made it more than reassurance. She met his eyes. "Ze resonance is not wrong. I know this. But ze politics," she made a short, expressive gesture with one hand that communicated a great deal about the Veela High Council's likely reaction. Harry turned this over. He looked out the window at the snow coming down over the dark grounds, at the lit windows of the castle reflected in patches on the white below. Inside, someone had apparently requested something fast because the music had picked up and he could hear it even out here, a rhythmic thump through 6 inches of stone wall. "Can I ask one question?" he said. "One," she said, mock serious. "Why did you actually come out here? Not the bond thing, or whatever it is. But you could have ignored it. Stayed with your date. You're clearly good at maintaining composure when you want to. Fleur was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was more measured, less performing. Because you looked at me and you did not see Ze Veela. And I've been at this school since September, and Ze boys stare and Ze girls resent and everyone wants something from Ze Veela Princess, and you looked at me and you saw, she paused, choosing, someone who was having a bad evening. You were, Harry said. Yes, she agreed. I was. She picked up the butterbeer again. I was very much having a bad evening. They sat there in the quiet corridor while the Yule Ball continued 40 feet away, and the snow came down outside, and Harry thought about dragons and tournament tasks and Voldemort and all the ways the world kept expanding into something larger and more dangerous than it had been the year before. Adding true mate to a Veela Crown Princess to that list felt, strangely, less alarming than it probably should have. Maybe because Fleur Delacour, sitting in the cold corridor with her silver robes and her political complications and her genuine exhaustion, felt like a real person in a way the Veela goddess version of her hadn't. You said Crown Princess, Harry said. Before. In the other context. I am, she said simply. My mare is Queen Apollon. I am Ze heir. So when you say the council will have opinions, Ze entire Veela Nation will have opinions, Fleur said. And Ze Wizarding World will have opinions. And Ze British Ministry will have opinions. And, she glanced at him with something tired and amused in equal measure, you will need to not be terrible at politics, Harry Potter, because everyone around you is going to become very political very quickly. Brilliant, Harry said. Non, she said, with great feeling. It is not brilliant. It is a disaster. But she didn't move from the windowsill. She turned the butterbeer slowly between her palms. But it is mine. This disaster. I choose it. There was a finality to the last 3 words that had nothing to do with resignation. It sounded like the kind of sentence you say when you've made a decision that other people will try to unmake for you and you're letting the universe know in advance that they won't manage it. Harry found he respected that considerably. Right, he said. My disasters are usually other people's fault. Refreshing change of pace. She looked at him with that complicated expression again, the one that kept threatening to become something unguarded. Do you know what a mate bond declaration requires? She asked. I'm going to guess it's not just telling someone over a butterbeer in a corridor. Non, she said. Zir is a formal process. Ze High Council must, oh. She stopped. Her head turned very slightly to the left, the way someone's does when they hear a sound they weren't expecting. Ze handmaidens. Harry looked. Standing at the far end of the corridor, partially in shadow, were 2 women. Not students, women, older, in the silver-blue traveling robes of the Beauxbatons delegation's senior staff. They were very still. They were watching Fleur with expressions Harry couldn't fully read from this distance, but the word that came to mind, for some reason, was witnesses. Fleur stood up from the windowsill and her whole bearing changed in the way that a person's bearing changes when they switch from private to public. Not less real, just armored differently. She said something in French to the 2 women, low and direct. One of them responded in an equally low voice, and Harry caught the tone if not the words, question, significant, formal. Fleur's response was 3 words. Whatever they were, they made both handmaidens go very still. Then the nearest one produced a small silver disc from the folds of her robe, pressed something on its surface, and it began to glow with a pale blue-white light that Harry recognized as magical fire communication, something like Flo, but more elegant and more private. The message was out before Harry fully processed what was happening. What did you tell them? He asked when Fleur turned back. Ze truth, she said. I told them I had found my true mate. Her eyes held his steadily. Zir is no version of tonight where Ze truth does not come out before dawn. I preferred to tell it myself. Who were they sending the message to? My mare, Fleur said. Ze queen. Outside, the snow was very serious now. Inside the great hall, someone had slowed the music again, something long and slow for couples, and the sound of it drifted under the door like smoke. Harry stood up from the windowsill. He was eye level with her collarbone, which briefly struck him as a fact he should note, and she was looking at him with that quality of attention that wasn't Veela pull, wasn't performance, wasn't the 10-meter radius of involuntary captivation. Just a person looking at another person with something complicated and honest in their face. For what it's worth, Harry said, I think you're remarkable. Not the Veela thing. Just you. The actually existing person in a corridor version. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, you cannot say things like that and expect it to make this simpler. I'm not trying to make it simpler, Harry said. I'm trying to be accurate. The word landed somewhere. He saw it. She looked away first, just for a moment, and that small loss of composure from someone that composed felt significant. You should go back inside, she said. Your date will be wondering. Parvati's talking to her sister. She's fine. He paused. Are you okay? I am. She considered this with more honesty than he expected. I am not frightened. I am not sorry. I am very, she searched for the word, overwhelmed. By the speed of it. And by you, specifically. Because you were not supposed to be, she stopped. What? Harry said. Uncomplicated, she said. You were not supposed to be uncomplicated. I'm deeply complicated, Harry said. I've got a dark wizard trying to resurrect himself, a mysterious scar that does things it shouldn't, and I'm currently fourth in a 3-person tournament. I'm very complicated. Non, she said, and something in her voice was absolutely certain. You are the simplest person in this building. You just don't know it yet. She picked up her butterbeer, took the last sip, set it down on the windowsill with a small clink. Go back inside, Harry Potter. Zings are going to become very loud very soon. Enjoy the quiet while it lasts. He went. He paused in the doorway and looked back at her, still standing in the corridor in her silver-white robes with the 2 handmaidens watching from the shadows, the blue glow of the communication disc already faded, the message already traveling across the channel. Fleur, he said. She raised an eyebrow. For what it's worth. I'm not going to run from this. Just so you know. She held his gaze for a long time. Outside the window behind her, Scotland was disappearing under snow. Je sais, she said softly. I know. Harry went back into the great hall. The Yule Ball wore on for another 2 hours, but something had shifted in the architecture of the night. Harry danced with Parvati again and the music was the same and the floating candles were the same and the enchanted ceiling scattered the same stars, but the air had a different quality to it now, charged and pending, like the atmosphere before a storm that hasn't arrived yet. Fleur came back inside 20 minutes after Harry. She danced 3 more times, smooth, practiced, socially perfect, and if she looked at Harry twice during those 2 hours, each time she found him already looking, and each time they both looked away with the particular casualness of 2 people who've decided to be normal about something very abnormal. Ron, who had spent a large portion of the evening sulking about Hermione and Viktor Krum and the general unfairness of everything, noticed nothing. Hermione noticed Harry's slightly strange quietness but attributed it to the dragon aftermath still playing on his nerves, and when she raised an eyebrow at him in inquiry he gave her a small smile that he hoped communicated tell you later, and she accepted that because she trusted him and also because Viktor Krum was refilling her glass and she had better things to attend to. The handmaidens never came back inside. Harry caught one glimpse of them in a doorway, watching, and then they were gone. He wondered what was happening across the channel. He wondered what Fleur Delacour looked like when she received news she hadn't expected. He wondered about the Veela High Council, whether they were meeting tonight or whether the message would travel through layers of protocol before it reached anyone who could act on it. He turned these thoughts over during the slow songs and the fast ones and the speeches from Dumbledore and Maxime, and came, eventually, to a conclusion that was so simple it surprised him. He wasn't afraid. He tried to locate the fear, poked it where it should have been, the way you probe a tooth expecting pain, and found only something more like curiosity. And underneath that, something quieter. The memory of a conversation in a cold corridor, and a girl who'd said I choose it about her own disaster, and the way her composure had slipped for exactly 1 second when he told her she was remarkable. When midnight came and the ball ended in a cascade of confetti charms and the slow exiting shuffle of several hundred dressed-up teenagers, Harry found himself walking up the stairs to Gryffindor Tower in the middle of the crowd and thinking, with the clarity that late nights sometimes produce, well, something has definitely started. He lay awake in the dormitory for a while after Ron's snoring reached its full winter night volume. The snow outside was still falling. The castle was quiet in the deep specific way it only got after midnight. He thought about Fleur saying you were not supposed to be uncomplicated. He thought about the silver disc going blue in the corridor, and the message already in France. He thought about the High Council's opinions, which were apparently going to be very loud. He thought about dragons. He'd survive dragons. He'd manage. He closed his eyes. 3 floors down and in the Beauxbatons sleeping quarters that had been added to the East Wing for the tournament year, Fleur Delacour sat at a writing desk with an untouched glass of water beside her and wrote a letter to her mother in careful, formal French, not the shorthand of family, but the precise language of official communication, the language of a crown princess reporting to her queen. She wrote the truth, all of it, in the order it happened. She ended it with, "He is not what anyone would have predicted. He is, however, exactly what I would have chosen. I await your counsel, Maman. But know that on this I will not be moved." She sealed it with her personal wax stamp, the silver flame of the Delacour line, and handed it to the senior handmaiden, who was already waiting at the door. Outside, the Scottish snow came down on Hogwarts like a slow covering of everything complicated. Inside, 2 people lay awake on opposite sides of the same building and thought about what was coming. Chapter 2, The Summons. The Owl arrived at breakfast on the 23rd of December. Harry was the only Gryffindor in the Great Hall. Everyone else had gone home for the holidays, Ron and Hermione included, both of them giving Harry identical looks of guilty apology before boarding the Hogwarts Express, which Harry had waved off because he genuinely didn't mind. He'd spent enough Christmases at the Dursleys to know that empty and peaceful was better than full and terrible, and Hogwarts empty was still Hogwarts. The elves kept the fires going. The food was excellent. He had the dormitory to himself and nobody to hide his reading lamp from. He'd spent 2 days doing almost nothing. Sleeping properly. Eating 3 meals. Walking the grounds in the snow because the silence out there was the good kind, heavy and clean, without the weight of tournament anxiety or Voldemort or anyone's expectations sitting on top of it. He'd thought about Fleur. Reasonably often. Not obsessively, it wasn't the Veela pull, which he'd mostly learned to tune out like background noise, but with the particular thoughtfulness you give to a thing that hasn't resolved yet, turning it over every few hours to check if it looked different from a new angle. It didn't. It looked the same from every angle, complicated, significant, and somehow, despite all evidence, not frightening. He'd expected something to happen by now. A letter, a message, some communication from the Veela side of things. Fleur herself had said things were going to become loud very quickly. 2 days had passed and the castle was still peaceful and there was still snow on the grounds, and the only unusual thing about the last 48 hours was that Harry had slept more than 8 hours twice in a row, which was practically unprecedented. So when the owl came, not a school owl, not a friendly tawny or snowy, but a large silver-white bird that descended from the high windows of the great hall with the kind of deliberate precision that communicated importance, Harry set down his toast and watched it come. It landed in front of him and presented its leg with a formal stiffness that the Hogwarts owls never bothered with. Attached was a letter sealed in silver wax, stamped with a mark Harry didn't recognize, a stylized flame, sharp-edged and elegant. Underneath the flame, tiny and precise, the letter D. He broke the seal and read. The handwriting was extraordinary, not beautiful in a decorative sense but beautiful in the way of something that has been done so long and so well that every mark is exactly where it should be. The language was formal English, impeccably structured, carrying the faint quality of someone whose first language was French but who wielded English as a weapon when necessary. Monsieur Potter, I am Fleur Delacour, Queen of the Veela Nation and mother of Fleur Isabelle Delacour, who is Crown Princess and my heir. I write to you directly because I am told, by 2 credible witnesses and by my daughter herself, that you are a young man who prefers directness. I shall endeavor to provide it. My daughter has reported to me that on the evening of December 22nd, she experienced a full Veela resonance in your presence. This has been confirmed by the testimony of her senior handmaidens, both of whom are trained to recognize the signs. I do not disbelieve my daughter. I have never known Fleur to be imprecise about anything in her life. This places us both in a significant position. Veela law is not optional. The resonance has its own claims, independent of the preferences of individuals, nations, or tournaments. What I require from you, before any formal proceedings can begin, is simple. I require you. I will be at Hogwarts on the 24th of December. I have already written to Headmaster Dumbledore, who will have received his letter 1 hour before yours. You will not need to do anything except be present. I look forward to meeting you, Monsieur Potter. My daughter speaks of you with a restraint that tells me considerably more than she intends. Fleur Delacour Queen, Veela Nation P.S., the owl's name is Argentelle. She is bad-tempered and will bite if kept waiting. Feed her something and send her back, please. Harry read the letter twice. Then he tore off a piece of toast crust, held it out to Argentelle, and said, "Right then." The owl bit him anyway, took the toast, and left. Harry looked up at the enchanted ceiling. Overcast today, the magical sky above the hall a uniform flat gray that matched the actual December sky outside. He folded the letter, tucked it into the inside pocket of his robes, and finished his breakfast in a thoughtful silence. Headmaster Dumbledore will have received his letter 1 hour before yours. That detail was deliberate. Fleur Delacour wanted Harry to know she'd informed his headmaster, but she'd made sure Harry knew she'd contacted him directly and first. There was a message in the architecture of that sequence: you are not a student being managed, you are a party to this. He liked that. He didn't think about whether he should like it. He just did. Dumbledore's office was warm in the way that places are warm when they've been warm for a very long time, the heat soaked into the stone walls and the book spines and the sleeping portraits in their frames. The sorting hat was on its shelf. Fawkes was on his perch, regarding Harry with one ancient orange eye. The various silver instruments on Dumbledore's desk were doing their usual incomprehensible spinning things, and Dumbledore himself was standing at the window with his back to the door when Harry came in, which Harry had come to recognize as a deliberate staging choice. "Sit down, Harry," Dumbledore said, still at the window. "I suspect you've received a letter." "This morning, yes," Harry said, and sat. Dumbledore turned then, and his expression was doing several things simultaneously. The surface layer was the usual warm attentiveness, the half-moon glasses slightly tilted, the long white beard immaculate. Underneath that was something more careful. Something that was taking its time thinking. He sat down behind his desk, folded his hands, and said, "Tell me about the Yule Ball." "Fleur Delacour experienced a Veela resonance," Harry said. "In my presence. She told me I was her true mate." He paused. "I believe her." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The silver instrument spun. Fawkes made a low musical sound and tucked his head under one wing. "And how do you feel about that?" Dumbledore asked. "Not frightened," Harry said. "Which I think is what you're actually asking." The old man's eyes did their usual thing, that quality of looking that felt like being read, like pages being turned. "I am asking rather more than that," he said. "The Veela Nation is significant, Harry. Queen Apollon is not merely a parent coming to discuss her daughter's attachment. She is the sovereign of a very old and very powerful political body that has maintained careful independence from both Wizarding Britain and the continental ministry structures for 4 centuries. I know, Harry said. What you may not know, Dumbledore continued, with the gentle authority of someone accustomed to knowing more than others, is that the Veela Nation's neutrality has been, courted, by certain parties in recent years. Parties whose interests do not align with the welfare of people like yourself. Voldemort, Harry said. The name landed in the room the way it always did, with that involuntary flinch from the portraits and the brief pause in the spinning instruments. Dumbledore, to his credit, didn't flinch. That name will do, he said. Yes. The Veela Nation's alliance, or non-interference, in any coming conflict would be strategically significant. You understand, then, why your situation is somewhat more complicated than a young man's first romantic interest. Harry looked at him. With respect, he said, every situation I've ever been in has been more complicated than it first appeared. I'm adapting. Dumbledore looked at him over the half-moon glasses. Something shifted slightly in the careful expression, not quite admiration, but close. Queen Apollon will arrive tomorrow. She has requested a meeting room separate from my office, which I have agreed to provide. She has also, a brief pause, indicated that the meeting will be with you, and that I am welcome to be present in an advisory capacity if you wish it. She made it optional, Harry said. She did. Harry thought about it for approximately 3 seconds. I'll talk to her alone first, he said. If that's all right. The something in Dumbledore's expression shifted again. More carefully this time. Harry, he said, with the measured gravity that preceded important things, I would caution you to remember that you are 15 in July, Harry said pleasantly. And that while I have every faith in your instincts, the political waters you are about to enter are deep and have currents that are not always visible from the surface. The Veela Nation's traditions are not our traditions. Their laws are not our laws. Their understanding of what a mate bond means in practical terms is different from mine, Harry said. Yes. I'll ask Fleur to explain it. Another pause. Fawkes made a sound that was suspiciously close to a laugh. You've spoken to Fleur about this, Dumbledore said. That's how the resonance works, Harry said. She tells me. We talk. It's quite straightforward. He stood. I'll hear what her mother has to say. Then I'll decide what I think about it. If you want to be there, you can be. But I'd rather go first. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, quietly, he said, You've changed since the first task, Harry. The dragon'll do that, Harry said, and headed for the door. Behind him, Dumbledore was still. The silver instrument spun. Fawkes made one long, clear note. That afternoon, Harry found Fleur in the corridor outside the library. She was heading somewhere with purpose, a stack of books under one arm and the focused look of someone who'd been doing research, and she stopped when she saw him and the research focus shifted into something more complicated and guarded and real. You got a letter, she said. Not a question. Your mother writes very well, Harry said. A quick, involuntary expression crossed her face, something that might have been amusement or exasperation or both. She writes the way she does everything, Fleur said. Precisely and completely and on her own schedule. She looked at him. Are you all right? Fine, Harry said. I wanted to ask you some things before tomorrow. If you've got time. She considered him for a second, then said, "The library is mostly empty. The Ravenclaw prefect is there, but she is very focused on her own work." She shifted the books under her arm and started walking. Harry fell into step beside her. The library was indeed almost empty. The Ravenclaw prefect, a sixth-year named Penelope somebody, glanced up at them, registered that they weren't going to be loud, and went back to her work without interest. Harry and Fleur found a table in the far corner near the window, and Fleur set down her books, and they sat down, and it was very ordinary and very quiet. "Tell me about the bond," Harry said. Practically. What does it actually mean? Fleur looked at her hands on the table for a moment. Then she looked up and said, "Zay true mate bond is," she searched for the right framing, "it is not a love potion. It does not create feeling where none exists. It recognizes something. Zay bond says, this one. But what you do with Zee recognition is still, it is still a choice." "Right," Harry said. "Zay Veela tradition," she continued, "requires a formal claiming. Which is, it is not a marriage, not yet. It is a declaration before Zee High Council that Zee resonance is real and mutual. After that there is a period, traditionally 2 years, during which Zee bonded pair," she paused slightly, "gets to know each other. Before a permanent bond is established." "What does mutual mean in this context?" Harry asked. "I haven't experienced a resonance. I don't think I'm capable of it. I'm not Veela." "No," she said. "But Zee true mate bond is not exclusive to Veela. It requires only that Zee non-Veela partner, Zee consort, in our tradition, acknowledges Zee bond willingly. Not under pressure. Not because Zee law demands it." Her eyes held his steadily. "Willingly. What happens if I don't?" Harry asked, not because he was considering it, but because he needed to understand the shape of the thing. Fleur was quiet for a moment. "Zay resonance does not dissolve," she said. "For me it would become something I carry. Not a wound, exactly. But a weight." She said it with the flat honesty of someone reporting a fact rather than asking for sympathy. "Zay bond recognizes you. If you refuse it, Zee recognition does not unhappen." Harry felt the weight of that settle. "And what happens to you politically? If I refuse?" "I become a queen without a mate bond," she said. "Which is, it is not unheard of. My grandmere ruled alone for 40 years. But," she stopped. Started again. "My mare will need to manage Zee Council's concerns. Zay Council prefers stability. A bonded queen is more stable, in their view. It is, political." "Everything is political," Harry said. She agreed, with feeling. "And if I accept? What does that make me?" She met his eyes. "Consort claimant," she said. "Until your majority, which in Veela tradition is 17. After that, if Zee bond is formalized, Zee full ceremony, you would be king consort of Zee Veela Nation." The library was very quiet. Outside the window, snow was falling again, the reliable Scottish December variety, and the pale grey light made everything in the room look very clear and slightly unreal. "King consort," Harry said. "We. Of the Veela Nation. We." "Right," Harry said. He looked out the window for a moment. Then he looked back at her. "Is that what you want?" She didn't answer immediately. He respected that. She took her time with it, the way people only take time with things that genuinely matter. "I want," she said slowly, "a partner who is my equal. Not someone who stands behind me and looks impressive. Someone who stands beside me." She looked at him steadily. "I've watched my mare rule for my whole life. I've watched Zee Council manage her, talk around her, and occasionally attempt to manage me. I do not want a consort who becomes another person for Zee Council to use. I want someone who," she stopped again. "Who doesn't get managed," Harry said. The smallest smile. "Among other things. I'm famously unmanageable," Harry said. "Dumbledore's been trying for 4 years. I noticed," she said, and the smile deepened briefly. Then it faded back into seriousness. "My mare is going to test you tomorrow," she said. It is not a formal trial. But she will test you. She tests everything. It is how she has survived as long as she has. What should I expect?" She will be formal at first, Fleur said. Protocol. Zay language of Ze court. And then she will say something unexpected and watch what you do. She paused. Do not try to be impressive. She does not care about impressive. She cares about, she considered, she cares about whether you are real. I'm quite real, Harry said. I know, she said. That is actually Ze problem, a little. He raised an eyebrow. Because you are real and you, she said, slightly exasperated, it makes this very difficult to be sensible about. I've been trying to be sensible about it for 2 days. How's that going? Terribly, she said, with great dignity. He laughed. She looked startled, and then she was laughing too, both of them quiet about it in the library, Penelope still absorbed in her work 30 feet away, the snow outside falling steadily onto Hogwarts. Tell me one more thing, Harry said, when it had settled. The council. You said there would be factions who wanted to reject me and find someone better. How much power do they actually have? The laughter faded and Fleur's face settled back into something sharper. Zay High Council confirms Ze resonance, she said. Zay cannot deny a genuine one, Ze magic is too clear. But Zay can make conditions. Zay can require a trial of proof. Zay can, there are members who would find ways to complicate things. Who specifically? She looked at him. Why? Because if there are specific people who'll cause problems, I'd rather know about them in advance. Names and motivations are more useful than general warnings. Something moved in her expression. Something that looked like reassessment. Zay most significant is Counselor Thibaut, she said. Very old. Very traditional. He believes Ze consort should come from an established magical bloodline with generational standing. A Potter is old enough, but you specifically, she gestured slightly toward his forehead, toward the scar, you come with complications he does not want near Ze throne. And the other? How do you know Zir is a noser? There's always another, Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment. There is a British wizard, she said. Not Veela. But he has been present in Ze Council's business for several years. Rosier. Lord Edric Rosier. He has been very interested in Veela Nation's diplomatic relationships. Very interested in being Ze one who manages them. Rosier, Harry said, filing it away. What does he want? What all such men want, Fleur said. Influence. Power. Veela Nation has considerable magical strength, Harry. A nation that does not involve itself in other nations' wars tends to accumulate, it is like a pool that has no outlet. It fills. Certain people would very much like to direct where it flows when it eventually does. And if the Veela Queen has a British wizard as her consort, Harry said, following the logic, that British wizard is ideally someone who owes those certain people. Exactment, Fleur said quietly. Harry sat with that for a moment. How long has Rosier been doing this? Several years, she said. My mare knows. She manages it carefully. But he has found ways to be useful enough to Ze Council that removing him is complicated. She looked at Harry. Your arrival complicates it further. For I'm. Good, Harry said. She looked at him sharply. Complicated is better than simple when someone's trying to maneuver, he said. Complicated means they have to react instead of plan. She stared at him. Where did you learn that? Facing Voldemort twice, Harry said. You stop being afraid of complicated pretty quickly. The library window showed nothing but white and gray. Penelope's quill scratched steadily across her parchment. Somewhere deeper in the stacks, a book fell off a shelf by itself, as they sometimes did in the Hogwarts library, and neither of them looked up. My mare arrives at noon tomorrow, Fleur said. She will be in Ze room Dumbledore has provided. I will not be there for the first part, she will want to see you without me present. I know, Harry said. I think that's right. She looked at him with that quality of attention again, the one that wasn't Veela performance. You are going to surprise her, she said. Not a prediction. A certainty. I hope so, Harry said. I could use someone surprised for a change. He was up early on the 24th, ate breakfast methodically, and went for a walk in the grounds because moving always helped him think better than sitting still. The snow was a foot deep now, serious and committed, the sky above a uniform pale grey that promised more. His breath came in clouds. The castle loomed behind him, warm-windowed and massive, and ahead of him the ground stretched out empty and white, tracks of animal passage crossing the otherwise unmarked surface. He thought about what Fleur had said. Do not try to be impressive. She cares about whether you are real. He thought about Rosier. The name sat in his mind with a particular texture, not quite threatening yet, but present. A pressure in the background, the way a headache announces itself before it arrives. He thought about the phrase king consort of the Veela Nation and turned it over carefully, and found that it still produced more curiosity than fear, which he decided to take as useful information about himself. He was back in the castle by 11, changed into the cleanest set of robes he owned, and was standing in the corridor outside the room Dumbledore had prepared, a well-appointed meeting chamber on the third floor that was normally used for visiting ministry officials, at 5 minutes to noon. At noon exactly, the door opened. Fleur Delacour was not what Harry had expected, and he realized immediately that he had, despite his intentions, built expectations. He'd imagined Fleur older. More formal. The crystallized, perfected version of Veela beauty as an adult, all artifice and polish. What walked through the door was something more powerful and more unnerving than that. Apollon was tall, silver-haired, with the kind of presence that didn't require a room to go quiet because the room simply did. She was dressed in deep blue traveling robes with silver trim, and she moved with an absolute economy of motion, nothing wasted, and her eyes, silver, not Fleur's silver blue but a purer, colder grey, settled on Harry immediately and began, quite openly, to assess him. Behind her, 2 attendants stayed in the corridor. The door closed. Monsieur Potter, she said. Her English was perfect, less accented than Fleur's, which told him she'd spoken it longer. Queen Apollon, Harry said. She gestured toward the table. They sat on opposite sides of it, and for a moment she simply looked at him with the frank directness of someone who does not need to pretend the assessment isn't happening. You are smaller than I expected, she said. I get that a lot, Harry said. I'm working on it. The very corner of her mouth moved. Not a smile. An acknowledgement. My daughter's letter described you as uncomplicated, she said. She used the word as a compliment. I found this interesting. Fleur does not typically admire simplicity. I don't think she meant simple, Harry said. I think she meant I don't perform. Apollon's eyes sharpened fractionally. Explain. Most people in her life, probably most people in yours, too, decide who they're going to be before they walk into a room and then manage that performance throughout. I just walk in, Harry said. I don't know how to do the other thing. You are doing it now, Apollon observed. Walking in. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Outside, snow tapped lightly against the window. She had a small portfolio on the table in front of her, closed, untouched. She hadn't opened it since sitting down. Tell me about yourself, she said. Not CE public record. Not Dumbledore's version. Yours. Harry thought about it briefly. My parents were murdered when I was 1, he said. Voldemort, the Dark Lord, you'll know who I mean, tried to kill me at the same time. Something about me reflected it back on him. I was left with a scar and he was left temporarily incorporeal. I grew up not knowing any of that, with my mother's sister and her husband, who don't like magic. Hogwarts was the first place that felt like mine. Third year I found out my godfather was alive and innocent. Last year Voldemort tried to use me in a ritual at the end of this tournament. He hasn't managed it yet. He paused. That's the summary. You left out a great deal, Apollon said. You said not the public record, Harry said. The public record is mostly other people's accounts of things that happened to me. The summary is mine. Another fractional movement. Apollon reached out, opened the portfolio, but didn't look down at it. Zay High Council, she said, will require a formal hearing. Zay will question your suitability on 4 grounds: bloodline, magical capacity, political standing, and what Zay term character permanence, which is Zee Council's way of asking whether you are likely to become someone different in 5 years than you are now. What do those questions actually mean? She looked at him. Bloodline, are you of sufficient standing? Magical capacity, are you strong enough not to become a liability? Political standing, will your associations and enmities compromise Zee Nation? Character permanence, she paused, choosing, are you the kind of person who changes with circumstances or remains consistent? The answer to the last one is consistent, Harry said. Ask anyone who's tried to change me. Including Dumbledore, she said, very precisely. Harry held her gaze. Including Dumbledore. The silence that followed was the kind that meant she was actually thinking, not managing. He let it sit. Zay bloodline question will be straightforward, she said. Zay Potter line is old. Zay magical capacity, she looked at him with a clinical interest that reminded him of Madame Pomfrey assessing an injury. I suspect you are stronger than you have been permitted to understand. Probably, Harry agreed. Zay political standing is Zee complicated one, she said. You are currently entangled in Zee British Triwizard Tournament, in Zee affairs of Dumbledore's institution, and in Zee ongoing situation, regarding Zee Dark Lord. Zay Council will view all of this as risk. It is risk, Harry said. I won't tell them it isn't. Apollon looked at him for a long moment. What will you tell them? That the risk existed before I walked into the council chamber, Harry said, and that the question isn't whether it exists, it's what you do about it. Hiding from Voldemort has never worked. Engaging has. The Veela Nation's strength is one more reason he'll eventually have to be confronted rather than appeased. He paused. That's not a speech. It's just the true version. Apollon set both hands flat on the table and studied him with the complete, unguarded attention of someone who is seeing something they didn't expect to see. The silver eyes didn't soften exactly, but the clinical quality changed to something more genuine. My daughter, she said finally, told me not to underestimate you. She was quite firm about it. I believed her, because Fleur is rarely wrong. But I believed her, intellectually. The corner of her mouth moved again, and this time it was definitely something warmer. You will be a problem for the council, Monsieur Potter. I'm a problem for most institutions, Harry agreed. She closed the portfolio. I am going to ask you one more question and I require a true answer. Not a diplomatic one. Not a careful one. True. All right, Harry said. Do you want this? She said. Not because Zee magic demands it. Not because my daughter is beautiful and powerful and has chosen you. But because you, in whatever form of knowing is available to a 14-year-old boy, do you want to build something with my daughter and with my people? Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about Fleur in the corridor saying I choose it with a certainty that had nothing to do with compliance. He thought about what she'd said about wanting someone who stood beside her. Yes, he said. I don't fully understand what I'm agreeing to yet. I want to. But yes. Apollon held his gaze. Bien, she said. Good. She stood. Harry stood. She was taller than him by nearly a foot, and the silver eyes regarded him from that height without any diminishment in their assessment. I will arrange for you to travel to France in January, she said. After Zee's holiday. I council will be convened within 2 weeks of our return. You will have time to prepare. She paused. I would suggest speaking with Fleur. She knows ZE Council better than anyone who is not on it. I was planning to, Harry said. And Monsieur Potter, she paused at the door, one hand resting on the frame, and turned back with an expression he couldn't quite read, you said you do not perform. I believe you. But in ZE Council chamber, not performing is itself a kind of performance. You will need to understand that. She was gone before he could respond, which he suspected was deliberate. He stood in the empty meeting room for a moment, looking at the closed portfolio she'd left on the table. He looked at it more carefully and realized, she'd left it intentionally. He crossed to it and opened it. Inside was a single page. At the top, the Veela Nation seal, elaborate and silver. Below it, in Apollin's handwriting, 2 words, he'll do. Harry stared at it for a second, and then he laughed, a real one, surprised out of him, into the empty room with its snow-tapped windows. He tucked the page carefully into his inside pocket alongside the letter. Then he went to find Fleur. She was in the east corridor, waiting, trying not to look like she was waiting. She heard him coming and turned and read something in his face immediately. She was very good at reading faces, he was learning, and the tension went out of her shoulders. Well, she said. She said I'll do, Harry said. Fleur stared at him. Then she covered her eyes with one hand and said, Mon Dieu, she left you the note. Was I not supposed to see it? Of course you were supposed to see it. That is the point. She doesn't say things like that to people's faces. Fleur lowered her hand. Her expression was complicated and fond and very slightly exasperated. She liked you. I got that impression, Harry said. You cannot possibly understand how significant that is, Fleur said. She did not like Victor Crumb in the first 30 seconds of meeting him, and she only stopped being pointed about at ZE's second week of school. What did he do? He stared, Fleur said, with the precision of someone identifying a capital offense. She abhors staring. Harry thought back through the meeting. He'd made eye contact but he hadn't stared. The difference was probably significant in ways he'd have to think about later. She said I'm going to France in January, Harry said. To meet the High Council. Fleur looked at him steadily. Are you ready for that? Not yet, Harry said honestly. Tell me everything you know about the council between now and then. She looked at him for a long moment, and then she said something he wasn't expecting, walk with me. They walked the castle corridors for 2 hours, Harry listening and Fleur talking, not in the formal measured way she used in public but in the quicker, sharper, more precise way she talked when she was actually engaged. She knew the council members by name and by inclination and by the specific shape of their political interests. She talked about Councillor Thibault's family history, his 3 daughters, his obsessive attachment to bloodline purity in a tradition that had complicated feelings about it. She talked about Councillor Vienne, who was moderate and influential and who would need to be persuaded rather than argued with. She mentioned Rosier twice and both times her voice changed, not with fear, but with the specific focused dislike of someone who has watched a threat operate at close range for years. Harry listened to all of it, asked questions that made her pause and reconsider several times, and began building a picture of something that was genuinely complex and genuinely interesting and was going to require everything he had. He found he didn't mind that at all. By the time they stopped, it was dark and the corridor was lit only by torches and the snow outside the windows had graduated from suggestion to commitment. They'd ended up on the 7th floor, near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, which tried to teach trolls ballet in perpetual painted failure. One thing, Harry said. Rosier. You said your mother knows about him but removing him is complicated. How complicated? Fleur's expression sharpened. He has made himself useful. Political favors. Information. He has connections on ZE Council that are, the word in English is tendrils. He is in ZE structure of things. What does he actually want from the Veela Nation? Long term? She thought about it. We believe, my mayor and I, that he wants to broker the nation's military neutrality into something more active. In a specific direction. Voldemort's direction, Harry said. We have not been able to prove it, she said. But we believe so. Harry was quiet for a moment. The painted trolls in the tapestry attempted a pirouette. Barnabas looked despairing. He's going to see me as a threat, Harry said. You already are one, Fleur said. From the moment my mayor's letter reached you. He will know. People like Rosier always know. Then we'd better be faster than he expects, Harry said. Fleur looked at him with that expression, the one she tried to call complicated and he'd started privately thinking of as something more specific than that. The one that was closest to trust. Ensemble, she said. Together. Together, Harry agreed. Outside, Hogwarts held the dark and the snow and the specific deep winter quiet of a castle that has been standing through cold and danger for a very long time, certain of its own foundations. Inside, two people stood in a torchlit corridor and made a quiet decision that was going to change a great deal. Chapter 3, The Court of Silver Fire. The port key was a silver coin. Not a British galleon, something older, struck from metal that had a warmth to it that regular gold didn't, stamped on one face with the Veela flame and on the other with lettering Harry couldn't read. Apollon pressed it into his palm in the entrance hall on the 3rd of January, said, "Hold it firmly and do not let go until the ground is under your feet," and that was the entirety of the instruction. Harry held it firmly. The pull hit at noon exactly, the familiar gut lurch of port key travel, except this one was smoother than any port key he'd used before, less like being grabbed by the navel and more like being moved, a purposeful, directed motion through the in-between place that port keys used. It lasted about 4 seconds longer than usual and deposited him in a burst of warm golden light onto stone that was not Scottish and not cold. He straightened up. Looked around. The first thing that registered was the sky. It was blue. Actually, genuinely, deeply blue, the specific blue of southern France in January when the rest of Europe was grey, and the light had a quality to it that was different from Britain, older and cleaner, like it had been doing this longer. The second thing was the structure he was standing in front of, which stopped the word building before it could fully form because building was inadequate. It rose from a hilltop in white stone and silver, towers that didn't look built so much as grown, architecture that had an organic quality to it, curved where human construction angled, flowing where it typically stopped. The gates in front of him were iron worked into flame patterns, and they were already open. Apollon stepped out of the port key landing beside him with the efficient grace of someone who'd done this 10,000 times. Fleur arrived half a second after, landing clean, shaking her hair back. Amidst court, Fleur said quietly, coming to stand beside Harry. The ancestral seat of the Veela Nation. It has been here for 800 years. It looks it, Harry said, meaning it as a compliment. A delegation waited inside the gates. 6 women in formal silver-blue robes, lined up with the particular stillness of people who have been trained to present authority visually. At the center of the 6, slightly forward, a man. He was old, genuinely old, the kind of age that has settled into someone's bones and made them more themselves rather than less. White-haired, with sharp dark eyes and a bearing that communicated he had been important for so long it was now simply atmospheric. He wore robes of deeper blue than the others, trimmed with something that caught the light differently. "Counselor Thibaut," Fleur murmured beside Harry. The old man's eyes moved from Apollon to Harry with the smooth certainty of someone who had already decided what they were going to see. He looked at Harry the way people examined evidence, carefully, with intent. Apollon stepped forward and a formal exchange happened in rapid French, ceremonial in cadence, the kind of greeting structure that exists to confirm status rather than communicate warmth. Harry stood where he was and met Thibaut's gaze when the old man's eyes returned to him. Thibaut crossed to Harry without being invited and looked down at him from 6 inches of height advantage with the frank appraisal of someone who does not believe in performing courtesy that isn't felt. "Monsieur Potter," he said. His English was accented but precise. You are younger than I expected. I'm older than I look, Harry said. That is what young people always say, Thibaut replied. Usually because it's true, Harry said. Age isn't just years. A pause. The sharp dark eyes assessed. No, Thibaut said, after a moment that had weight to it. It is not. He turned back to Apollon and said something in French that made 2 of the 6 women exchange a glance. Harry filed that away and followed the delegation inside. The interior of Armistice Court was the exterior's logic taken further. The stone was everywhere but it didn't feel heavy. The architects, whoever they'd been across the 8 centuries, had understood light as a structural element. Windows at angles that caught the January sun and threw it in sheets across the floors. Corridors that curved rather than cornered. The occasional alcove with a single flame burning in a silver dish, the kind of flame that wasn't quite regular fire. It had the same warm white quality as the Veela magic Harry had seen Fleur produce during the tournament, and it didn't flicker in the drafts the way ordinary fire would. A woman fell into step beside him before he'd gone 30 feet past the gate. She was around 30, with close-cropped dark hair unusual among the largely fair Veela delegation, and she had the specific quality of someone who is always paying attention and mostly keeping it to themselves. Counselor Vienne, she said, not looking at him, eyes forward. We have not been introduced. I am on ZE High Council. Her English was excellent, almost unaccented. I wanted to speak with you before ZE formal session tomorrow. Harry glanced at her. All right. ZE Council will ask you 4 things, she said quietly. I am telling you because I want ZE session to be productive rather than theatrical. Thibaut will lead. He will ask about Z Potter bloodline first, straightforward, answer it plainly. Then E will ask about your current political entanglements. This is where E intends to create difficulty. He will frame your connection to Dumbledore as a liability. Is it? Harry asked. Everything is a liability from the right angle, Vienne said. Z's question is whether ZE asset outweighs it. Z's third question will be about Voldemort. She said the name cleanly, without flinching. Harry liked her immediately. Not whether you are in conflict with him, everyone knows that. But whether ZE conflict will follow you into ZE Nation's sphere. It will, Harry said. I won't pretend otherwise. Good, she said. Thibaut will use your honesty against you if he can. But ZE Council values truth and he knows it. A lie on that question would end your candidacy. ZE truth opens a conversation. She paused. ZE fourth question is ZE one that matters most to me, personally. ZE Council will ask what you intend to contribute. Not take. Contribute. ZE history of wizarding men who've become involved with Veela leadership it is not an encouraging history. What did they do wrong? They contributed nothing, she said simply. ZE were decorative. Politically useful. ZE stood beside ZE Queen and looked like they belonged there and did nothing of substance. She stopped walking and turned to look at him directly for the first time. Her eyes were dark brown and very direct. What do you actually bring, Harry Potter? Beyond ZE scar and ZE survival record? Honestly? Harry said. Please. I'm good at seeing things clearly when everyone around me is reacting, he said. I don't panic. I don't play for position. And I'm very difficult to manipulate because I grew up with people who tried constantly and weren't subtle about it. He paused. I'm 14 and I haven't seen enough of the world yet to know everything I should know. But I learn fast and I don't pretend to know things I don't. Vienne studied him for a long moment. Thibaut, she said, will tell ZE Council you are a child playing at politics. He's right, Harry said. I am. But I'm a child who's been playing at survival for 13 years. Politics seems easier so far. She looked at him for one more second, and then she said, go get some rest. Guest quarters are on ZE South Wing. Fleur will show you. She resumed walking, brisk and purposeful. Tomorrow will be long. She turned down a side corridor and was gone. The guest quarters were high-ceilinged and warm, with windows overlooking a courtyard where something was growing despite the January cold, low silver-green plants Harry didn't recognize, spreading across the stone in organized patterns. Fleur sat on the edge of a low stone bench built into the wall and watched him look at everything with a restrained expression he was starting to recognize as her version of anxious. "Vienne talked to you," she said. It wasn't a question. "In the entrance corridor," Harry said. "She's on our side." "She is on ZE's side of ZE Nation's elf," Fleur said. "Which she believes requires ZE right consort for ZE right queen. She is not sentimental about it. But she is practical, and practicality has led her to ZE's same conclusion ZE resonance reached." "What about the others on the council?" "Beyond Thibaut. 7 members total. Thibaut and 2 others are what I call ZE Oldway faction. They believe tradition is safety. Vienne and 2 others are pragmatic, they want what works. Zay's 7th is Councillor Marchetti, who is Italian by origin and joined ZE Council 20 years ago, and whose position shifts." She looked at him. "Marchetti is the vote you need. Thibaut's bloc will never approve you. Vienne's bloc will. Marchetti decides. What matters to Marchetti?" "She cares about strength," Fleur said. "Not political strength, actual power. Magical strength. She has a theory that ZE true mate bond is partly a magical resonance, that ZE resonance doesn't choose based on personality or politics but on compatible power levels. She believes that if ZE resonance chose you, you are magically comparable to a Veela Crown Princess, which is," she paused. "Which is what?" Harry said. "Significant," Fleur said carefully. "My power level is, it is not average, even among Veela. Marchetti will want to see yours." Harry thought about that. "A demonstration? Possibly. Or ZE trial of resonance proof will do it." "ZE trial," she stopped. Something in her expression shifted. "ZE trial involves ZE bond itself. It requires you to feel it. To access it. ZE bond produces a visible manifestation in both parties simultaneously. If it is real, there is no question. And if it isn't real, there's nothing to show," Harry said. "Correct. Are you worried it won't manifest on my side?" She was quiet for a moment. "Non," she said. "I am not worried about that. I am worried about," she looked at the courtyard through the window, at the silver-green plants. "When ZE trial happens, it is not private. ZE entire council witnesses it. It is intimate magic. Very old. I am not worried about whether it will work. I am worried about," she made a small gesture. "Performing intimacy in front of 7 very serious people." "I'll cope," Harry said. She looked at him. "You always say that." "I always mean it." "I know," she said, and the restrained expression softened into something more real. "That is simultaneously reassuring and extremely annoying." He almost smiled. "What time is the council session?" 10 o'clock. "You will enter alone, I will join after ZE first questions. My mayor will be present but will not speak unless ZE protocol requires it." She straightened. "Eat something tonight. ZE kitchen staff will bring food at 7. Sleep. Do not spend ZE night planning speeches." "I don't make speeches," Harry said. "I know," she said. "That is why I told you not to start." She left him there in the warm room with the courtyard view, and Harry sat on the stone bench and looked at the silver-green plants growing in January and thought, not about speeches, but about the specific shape of what was coming. The council chamber was at the heart of Amidst Court. Harry found it at 5 to 10, led by a young attendant who delivered him to a carved wooden door and then stepped back without speaking. He looked at the door for 1 second, then opened it and went in. The room was circular. High ceiling, the Veela silver flame motif in the stonework, 7 chairs arranged in a curve on a raised platform that was high enough to look down at the single chair below, deliberately so, Harry noted. The power architecture of the room was explicit. You were below. They were above. The single chair was plain, not uncomfortable, positioned so that the natural light from the windows above fell on whoever sat in it. 6 of the 7 council seats were filled. Thibaut at center, silver-blue robes, sharp eyes. VN 2 seats to his left, composed. The others ranged in age from 50s to what had to be late hundreds, one small, ancient woman at the far end who moved with a stillness that had nothing to do with fragility. A 7th seat waited, not empty but unoccupied in a way that felt deliberate, an intentional absence. Marchetti, Harry guessed. Not yet arrived. He crossed the floor, sat in the single chair, and looked up at the 6 council members without adjusting his posture to seem either smaller or larger than he was. Just sat. Just looked. Thibaut opened without preamble. State your full name and bloodline for ZE record. Harry James Potter, Harry said. Son of James Charles Potter, descended from the main Potter line going back to the 1200s. Mother was Lily Evans, Muggle-born, but the magical ability she carried came from old stock. The Evans line had dormant magical genetics for 6 generations before her. He paused. I mention that because bloodline isn't just about named families. It's about what the magic actually does. Thibaut's expression didn't change but something in his posture did, a small recalibration. You have prepared this answer. I've prepared the facts, Harry said. The answer is just the facts. Zay Potter line is old, said the counselor immediately to Thibaut's right, a heavy-set woman in her 80s with the bearing of someone who'd sat on this council for decades. Magically established. Zay bloodline question is satisfied. She looked at Thibaut. Move to ZE second. Thibaut folded his hands. Your current entanglements, he said. Zay Triwizard Tournament. Zay Hogwarts Institution. Your relationship with Albus Dumbledore. Zay ongoing situation with Z Dark Lord who calls himself Voldemort. Each of Z's is a potential complication to ZE neutrality and security of ZE Veela Nation. Address Zem. Harry looked at Thibaut steadily. The Triwizard Tournament ends in June, he said. It's not my entanglement, I was entered without consent. I'll finish it because leaving it unfinished would make things worse, not better. He moved on before Thibaut could respond. Hogwarts, I'll be at Hogwarts until I'm 17. That's not a liability, it's information. I know that institution and the people in it, which is useful intelligence for anyone trying to understand British magical politics. He paused briefly. Dumbledore. He uses me. He's been honest enough about it in his own way, and I'm not naive about what I am to his plans. Being aware of that means I'm harder to use without realizing it. Which is better than the alternative. And ZE Dark Lord? Thibaut said. Will follow me everywhere until one of us is dead, Harry said, simply and without drama. I won't pretend otherwise. The question isn't whether that's true, it is. The question is whether the Veela Nation is better positioned with me in it or outside it when that conflict reaches its final stage. He looked along the row of faces. Outside, you're neutral bystanders to a war that will reshape European magical power structures regardless of your participation. Inside, or at least aligned, you shape how it ends. Silence in the chamber. The kind of silence that means people are thinking. You speak, said the old woman at the far end of the row, her voice surprisingly strong, as though ZE outcome is certain. I speak as though I intend to win, Harry said. There's a difference. The door opened. The 7th council member walked in at a measured pace, took her seat without apology for the lateness, and settled. Marchetti was around 60, Italian as Fleur had said, with dark hair heavily streaked with silver and the kind of face that had been striking when young and become interesting as it aged. Her eyes went to Harry immediately and stayed there with an unreadable, hungry quality. "Continue," she said to Thibaut, as though she'd been there the whole time. Thibaut's jaw tightened very slightly. He turned back to Harry. "Zay, fourth question. What do you intend to contribute? Beyond survival." "Can I answer that after the trial?" Harry said. Thibaut's eyes narrowed. "Zay, trial is not scheduled until Ze's second question session, I know," Harry said. "But what I contribute and what I am are connected. The trial shows what I am. It seems more honest to answer the fourth question after rather than before." Another silence. Marchetti leaned forward very slightly in her seat. "Bold," said the heavy-set counselor on Thibaut's right. Not with disapproval. With something closer to interest. "Zay trial was scheduled for Ze's second session," Thibaut said, "because Ze protocol says Ze trial must occur before Ze council votes," Vien said, mildly. "It does not specify which session. Monsieur Potter is requesting we proceed to it now and then return to Ze fourth question. I see no procedural barrier." Thibaut looked at Vien. Vien looked back at him with the serene implacability of someone who has done her research. "Very well," Thibaut said. He said something formal in French, and the door at the side of the chamber opened. Fleur walked in. She'd changed from the traveling robes into something more formal, silver-white, structured, with the Delacour flame at her collar in actual worked silver. Her hair was half pinned, half loose, and she moved across the chamber floor with the particular combination of awareness and grace that Harry was starting to think of as her public mode. She didn't look at him until she was standing 3 feet in front of him and the council above them were still and watching and the room was very quiet. Then she looked at him. "Zay trial of resonance proof," Thibaut said formally, "requires both parties to stand facing each other and open themselves to Ze bond. Zay bond, if genuine, will manifest visibly. Zay council will witness and attest." He paused. "Begin when you are ready." Fleur's eyes were very steady. She said, quietly enough that it was only for him, "Do not force it. Do not reach for it. Just, let it be where it is." Harry looked at her and stopped doing anything else. This was the strange part, and he couldn't have explained it in technical terms, but it was like the difference between listening to music and letting music happen in the room where you are. He wasn't reaching for anything. He was just, present. Looking at her, and not performing the looking, and letting whatever was there be there. It started in his chest. He'd felt something adjacent to it twice before, once in the corridor at the Yule Ball, and once in the library, that quality of recognition, the sense of a frequency that fit, like a key that doesn't just turn the lock but was clearly made for it. He felt it now without the interference of crowds or anxiety or performed casualness, and it was considerably more than he'd understood. The light came from both of them. He saw it from Fleur's side first, the Veela fire, warm white, flowing up from somewhere in her center and illuminating her outline. Then he felt it from his own side, and it was gold, not the Veela white but something adjacent, deeper, warmer, the color of old magic, and it rose without him asking it to. When the two lights met in the space between them, they didn't simply coexist. They moved together, gold threading into white, white threading into gold, and the result was something that lit the whole chamber like a sunrise happening in a small room, and Harry heard one of the council members exhale sharply and heard Marchetti say something in Italian under her breath that sounded like an oath. He was still just looking at Fleur. She was looking back at him, and the composed public version was entirely gone, and what was there instead was the girl from the corridor, the real one, the one that laughed at his jokes and called him uncomplicated and chose her disaster with both hands. The light held for perhaps 30 seconds. Then it faded slowly, the gold and white separating and subsiding, and the chamber returned to normal room light and normal room air, and Harry was still sitting in the plain chair and Fleur was still standing 3 feet in front of him. Complete silence. Then Marchetti said, in clear, deliberate English, Ave sat on this council for 20 years. Ave witnessed 6 resonance trials. Ave never seen a gold signature. She looked at her fellow counselors. You know what a gold signature means. It is a theoretical classification, Thibaut said, and his voice was still controlled, but something in it was different now. Careful in a new way. It was theoretical, Marchetti said. Now it is sitting in that chair. She looked down at Harry. The gold signature in Veela tradition refers to what we call ZE eternal resonance, ZE bond that forms not merely between 2 people but between 2 magical lineages. It has been recorded 4 times in our 800-year history. She paused. Each time, it preceded a period of significant change. That tracks, Harry said. Someone on the council made a sound that was almost a laugh. Thibaut turned his sharp eyes to the source of the sound and it stopped. The 4th question, Vien said, redirecting, which Monsieur Potter has agreed to answer after ZE trial. Harry stood up from the chair and looked up at the council. Fleur stepped back to stand to his right. What I contribute, Harry said, is the thing the trial just showed you. An eternal resonance bond isn't about what I bring individually. It's about what it makes possible between 2 people. Fleur is going to be your queen and she's going to be remarkable at it, she's already remarkable, you know that. What I bring is that she'll never have to carry any of it alone. He paused. That's not romantic language. That's a structural observation. Leaders who carry everything alone make worse decisions than leaders who have a genuine equal beside them. I'm offering to be that. The magic agreed. I'm agreeing too. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Thibaut, very precisely, said, You are 14 years old. Yes, Harry agreed. Come back to me in 3 years and tell me if anything I just said was wrong. The silence that followed was the longest yet. Thibaut turned to his fellow counselors and said something in French, measured and formal. A brief exchange happened above Harry in rapid French, Vien clear and composed, Marchetti pointed, the heavy-set counselor saying something that drew nods from 2 others, Thibaut responding in the tone of someone marshalling a last position rather than a first one. The old woman at the far end had said nothing throughout. Now she spoke, in French, 1 sentence. Every head on the council turned toward her. Another silence. Then Thibaut looked down at Harry and Fleur with an expression that had moved from opposition to something more complicated, not acceptance, but the look of a man who has made his argument and watched it lose on its merits. The council, he said formally, recognizes ZE resonance as genuine and ZE signature as authenticated. The eternal resonance classification is noted for ZE record. He paused. The candidacy of Harry James Potter as consort claimant to Crown Princess Fleur Delacour is accepted pending ZE formal claiming declaration and ZE required period of 2 years, Vien said. 2 years, Thibaut confirmed. He looked directly at Harry one more time. The council's concerns regarding ZE Dark Lord and your current entanglements remain on record. We will revisit them. I'd expect nothing less, Harry said. Fleur made a sound beside him that she covered very quickly with a neutral expression. The council session was formally closed. The members began to rise from their seats. Harry watched them and noticed, with the particular side-eye that had kept him alive through several years of paying attention to things people didn't know he was watching, that Marchetti didn't leave immediately. She descended from the platform and crossed the floor to him. "Zay gold signature," she said quietly, standing close. "You felt it clearly." Not a vague warmth. Actually felt it. "Like a key in a lock," Harry said. "Specific. Not general." She studied him. "Interesting," she said, and it was the kind of interesting that meant she was filing something away for later use. "You should know, ZE Eternal Resonance Classification carries specific implications for your magical development." "What kind of implications?" "Zay bond amplifies," she said simply. "Over time. Particularly for ZE non-Veela partner." She paused. Pay attention to your magical capacity over the next 2 years. I suspect you will find it changes. She walked away without expanding on that. Thibaut was the last council member to leave. He stopped at the chamber door and turned back, and for a moment he simply looked at Harry across the length of the chamber with those sharp dark eyes that had seen a great deal over a very long life. You reminded me, he said, of someone I knew once. A long time ago. He didn't say who. He left. Fleur breathed out slowly beside Harry. It was the first time since entering the chamber that she'd sounded like herself rather than the formal, composed Crown Princess. "The old woman at the end," Harry said. What did she say? The single sentence that ended the debate. Fleur was quiet for a moment. She said, "The magic already decided. We are simply catching up." Harry nodded. That seemed right. Marchetti wants to study you, Fleur said. She is going to write papers about the eternal resonance. I am warning you in advance. Is she going to ask nicely? She will ask precisely once and then assume consent, Fleur said. She is very enthusiastic about magical theory. Fine, Harry said. Papers are fine. She looked at him. Really looked, the way she'd looked during the trial, without the composure layer over it. You were extraordinary, she said. In Zir. I just talked, Harry said. She said. Do you know how rare that is? In this building? People talk and you simply, speak. It is not the same thing. He didn't have an answer for that. She didn't seem to need one. She looked at the chamber around them, the circular room, the 7 empty chairs, the Veela flame motif in the stonework, with the expression of someone reclaiming territory. Zir is someone you should meet before we leave, she said. Tonight, at dinner. He arrived this morning and I ad op-ed to avoid it but, she stopped. Rosier, Harry said. Her eyes sharpened. You guessed. Timing, Harry said. He'd want to be here. He'd know about the council session. If he's positioning himself he needs to see what he's dealing with. He does not know about the eternal resonance, Fleur said. That was not in the preliminary briefing we sent. He'll find out fast, Harry said. People like him always do. He paused. What's his cover for being here? He represents a British cultural exchange initiative, Fleur said, with the precise tone of someone describing something they have contempt for. He has been proposing a formal magical treaty between Britain and the Veela Nation. Ostensibly trade and educational. My mayor has been managing him by expressing interest without committing. And now I've shown up, Harry said, and his leverage, being the person who brokers Britain's relationship with the nation, just got complicated. Harry thought about it. We don't engage his actual game tonight, he said. We're just people at dinner. Let him come to us. Let him decide what I am. Fleur looked at him with an expression he couldn't fully read. You sound like my mayor, she said. Is that a compliment? From me, she said. Yes. Absolutely. Dinner at Armistice Court was in a long room with windows on both sides and candelabras that burned silver white instead of yellow. About 30 people at the table, council members, senior court staff, the Delacour family. Apollon at the head, still and silver and watchful. Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle was there, about 8 years old, who stared at Harry with enormous blue eyes across the table until Fleur said something to her in French that made her look away with the exaggerated casualness of a child trying to appear uninterested. Rosier was seated 4 places down from Harry on the same side of the table. He was around 50, with the kind of looks that had probably been commanding at 30 and were now composed and authoritative, salt and pepper hair, a jaw that suggested certainty, robes that were expensive without advertising it. He had the easy manner of someone who'd spent decades being welcomed in important rooms, and he turned that easy manner on Harry within the first 5 minutes like a tool he'd picked up so many times it had worn to fit his hand. Harry Potter, he said, during a gap in the table conversation, leaning forward slightly with a smile that reached all the way to his eyes without involving them. What a remarkable year you're having. It's had its moments, Harry said. The tournament must be extraordinary, Rosier said. I followed the coverage of the first task quite closely. The dragon, extraordinary. You showed real courage. The dragon was pretty ordinary once you stopped being frightened of it, Harry said. They're just animals. Nonetheless, Rosier said. The smile. And now this, quite the development, between yourself and the Crown Princess. The Veela Nation must be very, he paused, choosing with precision, surprised. Surprise seems to be my main contribution everywhere I go, Harry said pleasantly. Fleur, beside him, said nothing, which was itself a kind of commentary. Rosier's eyes moved between them with a quality of assessment that was better hidden than Thibault's had been but was the same basic activity. I've been working with the Council, he said, on a rather exciting framework for British-Veela cooperation. I don't know if Fleur's mentioned, she has, Harry said. Cultural exchange. Educational initiatives. Sounds very positive. A very brief pause in Rosier's expression. He hadn't expected Harry to know. He recovered smoothly. It's been a rewarding project, he said. The relationship between magical Britain and the Veela Nation has been underdeveloped for too long. I've always thought, Lord Rosier, Harry said, what does your family do? The shift in topic was abrupt enough to be deliberate and they both knew it. Rosier's smile didn't falter but something behind it recalibrated. We're an old family, he said. Traditional. We've served British magical interests in various capacities over the, what kind of interests? Harry said. Political. Diplomatic. Historical, were any of your family Death Eaters? Harry said. The table went quite quiet in the immediate vicinity. Not the whole table, the people far enough away hadn't heard, but the 4 or 5 people within earshot caught it, and the catching was visible. Rosier's smile remained. It had to, at this point, removing it would be an answer. My family has always served the legitimate interests of magical Britain, he said, with a careful precision that was itself an answer. That's not what I asked, Harry said. Harry, Fleur said, and her voice was mild but her hand, under the table, found his wrist and pressed once, briefly, a signal he read as enough, you made the point. I apologize, Harry said to Rosier, with the specific tone of someone who is not apologizing. I'm still learning the dinner conversation rules. Rosier looked at him for one long moment. The easy manner was still present, he was too good at it to let it slip entirely, but underneath it something had changed. The calculation had upgraded. Harry had gone from unknown quantity to specific problem, and the shift was visible in the precise tightening around Rosier's eyes. No need to apologize, Rosier said smoothly. Directness is refreshing in the young. He turned to speak to the counselor on his other side, and the conversation around them resumed, and Harry ate his food and said nothing more. After dinner, in the corridor outside the dining room, Fleur stopped him with one hand on his arm. "Zay Death Eater question," she said, low. "Was that planned?" "No," Harry said. But it was true. The Rosier family had members who were Death Eaters. Evan Rosier died fighting Aurors. It's in the public record. I wanted him to know I know. She looked at him carefully. You also wanted ZE council members who were listening to hear it. That too, he admitted. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Thibault heard it. I know. Thibault Atesh Death Eaters, she said. His wife was killed by one in 1979. Harry hadn't known that. He absorbed it in silence. Zay Death Eater question, Fleur said slowly, just shifted Thibault's position on Rosier. Which means ZE Council's majority on ZE Treaty Framework, just got less stable for Rosier, Harry said. She stared at him. I didn't know about Thibault's wife, Harry said honestly. That was luck. The rest was just true. You are, she said, in the tone of someone making a careful inventory, going to be very interesting to be partnered with. You keep saying things like that, Harry said. I think you mean it as a warning to yourself. I absolutely do, she said. Outside the windows of Amidst court, the southern French night was clear and very full of stars, different stars than Scotland, lower and brighter, the winter constellations sharp and specific above the old white stone walls. Somewhere in the building, Harry knew, Rosier was making calculations. Reassessing. Probably fire messaging someone. Harry looked at the stars and felt something settle in him, not confidence exactly, more like orientation. Like a compass needle that had found north and stopped spinning. 3 floors up, in the Queen's private study, Fleur Delacour read the trial record summary that had been prepared within an hour of the council session's end, and stopped at the line that read eternal resonance, gold signature confirmed, and sat very still for a long moment. Then she wrote 2 letters. One to Dumbledore. One to someone else, a name Harry didn't know yet, in a part of the magical world he hadn't reached yet. She sealed both with silver wax and sent them with 2 different owls into the clear French night. Then she went to find her daughter. Chapter 4, 2 crowns, 1 target. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station on the 5th of January under a sky that couldn't decide between snow and sleet and had settled on both simultaneously. Harry stepped onto the platform with his trunk, his owl cage, and an entirely different internal landscape than he'd left with 2 weeks ago. Ron found him immediately, red-faced from the cold and carrying approximately 4 times as many packages as one person needed, and said, "Mate, you look weird." "Good weird, but weird." "What happened over Christmas?" and Harry said, "Tell you later," which was both true and a significant understatement. Hermione found them both 30 seconds after that and looked at Harry with the particular focused attention she reserved for things that required analysis, and said nothing at all, which meant she was saving it. The castle swallowed them back up in the familiar way, the warmth, the smell of stone and candle smoke, the noise of 200 students all arriving at once and arguing about whose trunk was blocking the entrance. Harry carried his things up to the dormitory, changed into his school robes, and sat on his bed for a moment looking at the ordinary room, Ron's Chudley Cannon's posters, Neville's plant guide spread across his desk, the window showing the pewter-grey January sky, and thought about Amidst court in the southern French sun and the gold light that had filled a council chamber and Rosier's eyes going sharp and careful over a dinner table. He thought about Marchetti's parting words. "Pay attention to your magical capacity. I suspect you will find it changes." He flexed his wand hand, which was a strange thing to do and accomplished nothing visible, but he did it anyway. Then Ron came in and said, "Dinner's in 20 minutes and I heard the elves made shepherd's pie, are you coming?" and Harry came back to England. He told Hermione first. Not all of it, the full shape of it would take more time than dinner allowed, but enough. He found her in the library the following morning before classes resumed, and sat across from her, and said, "Something happened at the Yule Ball and then over Christmas and I need to tell someone sensible about it." She put her quill down. That was how he knew she understood this was serious. He told her about the corridor. About Apollin's letter and the meeting room. About France, and Amidst court, and the council session, and the trial, and what had happened when the lights met in the space between him and Fleur. Hermione listened without interrupting, which was unusual enough to be its own kind of indicator. When he finished she was quiet for a long moment, and he watched her processing, the slight movement of her eyes that meant she was cross-referencing what she'd heard against what she already knew. "The eternal resonance," she said finally. "You've heard of it." "I've read about it," she said. "Once, in a supplementary text on international magical traditions. It was listed as theoretical, historical accounts, unverified." She looked at him steadily. "Harry." "I know," he said. "The amplification aspect," she said. "Marchetti is right about that. There are documented, well, theorized, cases where the non-Veela partner in an eternal resonance bond underwent significant magical development over the 2-year period. Not just quantitative. Qualitative. The type of magic changed. She paused. I'm going to need to do more research. I thought you might say that, Harry said. And Rosier, she said, pivoting with characteristic efficiency. Edric Rosier. His family name was on the Death Eater register. Evan Rosier was confirmed, killed in 79. Edric is the cousin. He was never charged. Never investigated properly. Her expression tightened. The Ministry cleared a lot of people very quickly after Voldemort's first fall who probably should have been looked at more carefully. Does he have Ministry connections now? I don't know yet, she said. I'll find out. She picked her quill back up, then put it down again. How are you? She said, and it was a different question than the research ones, quieter, more personal. Honestly? Harry said. Better than I've been in months. Maybe longer. She looked at him with the specific expression she wore when she was deciding whether to say the thing she was actually thinking. She's good for you, Hermione said. Isn't she? It wasn't really a question. She sees things clearly, Harry said. And she doesn't pretend things are fine when they're not. We're similar that way. Hermione nodded slowly. I'm going to say something and I need you to take it in the spirit it's intended. Go on. Be careful, she said. Not about Fleur. About everything around her. The bond, the nation, the politics, Rosier, all of it. Not because you can't handle it. Because you tend to handle things by walking straight at them and not everyone in this situation is going to be fighting you face on. I know, Harry said. I mean it, she said. Rosier specifically. Men like that don't attack from the front. I know, Hermione. She held his gaze for another second. Then she nodded, picked up her quill for real this time, and said, right. I'll have a research summary on the Eternal Resonance and Rosier's Ministry connections by Thursday. She was already writing. Harry went to Charms. Classes resumed their normal rhythm and Harry let them, attended, paid attention, did the work. Professor Flitwick was moving them into advanced nonverbal casting, which Harry found came more easily than it should have, the spells responding to intent rather than articulation in a way that felt increasingly natural. He didn't comment on it. He just kept doing it. Fleur was in the castle, which changed the geometry of his days in small ways. She wasn't in his classes. The Beauxbatons students had their own curriculum running parallel to Hogwarts, overseen by Madame Maxime, but they crossed paths with a regularity that was either coincidence or something else. The connection that the trial had clarified sat between them like a very long thread, not tight enough to pull, but present enough to be felt. They'd worked out a communication system before Harry left France. Not the Veela communication bond that Fleur had mentioned, that required the full formal claiming ceremony to activate, but a modified version of the silver disc system the handmaidens used. Fleur had taught him the activation sequence on the last morning at Armistice Court, pressing his fingers to the disc's edge and saying the French word for together until the magic recognized both their signatures. He used it for the first time on the Wednesday after his return, sitting in the Gryffindor common room after 9 o'clock with the fire burning low and most of the other students already gone to bed. The disc warmed in his palm and Fleur's voice came through it, low and slightly tinny but clear, bonsoir. Are you somewhere private? Common room, he said quietly. Nearly empty. ZE council minutes from ZE formal session were distributed today, she said. ZE Eternal Resonance classification has been formally entered into ZE Nation's records. It is public, within ZE Nation. Which means Rosier knows, Harry said. Rosier knew within 4 hours of ZE session ending, she said, and there was a precision to her voice that meant she'd confirmed it rather than assumed it. He sent fire messages from Armistice Court that evening. My mayor's security staff logged ZE contact. Who was he messaging? 2 contacts in ZE British Ministry, she said. One name we recognize, Senior Undersecretary to ZE Minister, a man called Walcott. ZE is there, she paused. Azar was masked. Fire message protocol used a concealment charm my mare's people have not seen before. Harry turned that over. A concealment charm that the Veela Nation security staff didn't recognize was not something that came from ministry channels. That kind of thing came from specific other places. He's Death Eater connected, Harry said. Not peripherally. Centrally. The charm is probably from that network. My mare reached the same conclusion, Fleur said. She is moving carefully. She does not want to accelerate his awareness of our suspicion. Right, Harry said. Don't push him into acting faster than he's planned to. Leave him room to think he's still managing the situation. Exactment. A pause. Zir is something else. British Wizarding Press. What about it? Daily Prophet ran a piece yesterday, she said. Page 4. Veela Crown Princess and Hogwarts Champion, Romantic Entanglement or Political Maneuver? It quoted several anonymous sources suggesting that the bond was fabricated or exaggerated for political purposes. Harry thought about that. Who benefits from that narrative? Someone who wants to destabilize ZE Council's acceptance, she said. If ZE Wizarding public believes Z bond is false, it gives ZE Descending Council faction ammunition to reopen Z question. Thibaut, Harry said. Non, Fleur said, and something in her voice was specific. Thibaut will not leak to ZE British press. He is against you, but he is genuinely against you, on principle. He does not use newspapers. It is beneath him, in his view. So it's Rosier, Harry said. Or Rosier's contact in ZE Ministry, she said. Yes. Harry looked at the fire in the common room grate. Low, orange gold, the comfortable end-of-evening kind of fire rather than the blazing sociable kind. We need to get ahead of the press question, he said. Not react to it. Get ahead of it. Ow. The Prophet runs whatever sells papers, he said. An anonymous source saying the bond is fake sells papers because it's drama. A real source saying the bond is real and here's what it actually means sells more papers because it's bigger drama. He paused. Is there a journalist you trust? A longer pause on Fleur's end. Zir is a correspondent, she said slowly. Amélie Fontaine. She covers international magical affairs for La Tribune Magique, it is ZE major French wizarding paper. She is honest. She has covered ZE Veela Nation fairly for 15 years. Would she be willing to do a proper interview? Harry said. Both of us. What the bond is, what the eternal resonance means, what the council session established. The real version instead of the rumor version. She would, Fleur said. She has been trying to get an interview with me for 3 years and I've been declining because ZE timing was never right. A beat. ZE timing is now right. Can you arrange it for this week? I will contact her tomorrow, Fleur said. Harry, she paused, and the formality dropped slightly. ZE article in ZE Prophet. Did it? No, he said, before she finished the question. Silence. You did not let me finish. You were going to ask if it made me reconsider, he said. The answer is no. A long quiet. He could hear, faintly through the disc, the ambient sound of wherever she was, a room with a fire, he thought, something crackling softly. Bonne nuit, Harry, she said. Good night, Fleur. The disc cooled. The Prophet piece made it to the Gryffindor table by Thursday morning, passed hand to hand with the particular velocity that gossip achieved when it involved something everyone already wanted to discuss. Harry watched it travel down the table toward him without concern. When it reached him he read it once, noted the specific wording of the anonymous quotes, sources close to the ministry suggest the Veela claim was made in haste and may not survive formal scrutiny, and passed it to Hermione, who read it with increasing tightness around her eyes. Anonymous sources, she said. I know. The phrasing, Sources close to the ministry, that's Walcott's office language, she said. I've been reading ministry press releases for years. The syntax is, Rosier's ministry contact, Harry said. Yes. She looked at him. How long have you known? Since Wednesday night, he said. She opened her mouth. We're ahead of it, he said. Fleur's arranging an interview with a French journalist. Real story, not the rumor version. It'll run in La Tribune Magique and they'll want to syndicate it. Hermione closed her mouth, thought about it, and said, La Tribune Magique has a readership of about 300,000 across France and continental Europe. If the Prophet picks up the syndication, they will, Harry said. Because it's a better story. Hermione looked at him for a moment with the expression she wore when she was recalibrating something. You've been planning this since Wednesday. Fleur has been planning it since Wednesday, Harry said. I just contributed the idea. Ron had been listening with the focused attention of someone hearing something that doesn't fully compute. Mate, he said, are we just casually discussing international press strategy at breakfast now? Because I feel like I missed several things. Quite a few, Hermione said. I'll explain properly tonight, Harry said. Common room, after dinner. Both of you. Ron accepted this with the easy trust that was one of his best qualities. He went back to his eggs. The Quidditch comment in the article was out of order though, he said, gesturing at the paper. Suggesting you're flying is presumably the only remarkable thing about you. That's just rude. Deeply rude, Harry agreed. The interview with Amélie Fontaine happened on Saturday afternoon in one of the smaller meeting rooms off the Great Hall. Madame Maxime had been informed, Fleur had done that through the correct channels, maintaining the Beauxbatons formalities, and Dumbledore had been informed, which had produced a meeting Harry would describe later to Hermione as carefully managed. Dumbledore had expressed measured concern. Harry had listened to the concern, acknowledged it, and explained what was happening and why. Dumbledore had then said something about the importance of discretion, and Harry had said he agreed discretion was important, which was why they were doing a controlled interview with a trusted journalist rather than letting the Prophet's anonymous source version become the established narrative. There had been a pause after that. Dumbledore had looked at Harry over his half-moon glasses with the expression he wore when something hadn't gone the direction he'd directed it. You've grown into this very quickly, Dumbledore said. I had good advice, Harry said. Another pause. And Fleur Delacour is, very capable, Harry said. Yes. He left the office and went to meet the journalist. Amélie Fontaine was around 40, with a reporter's particular quality of restful attentiveness. She could make herself functionally invisible in a room, Harry suspected, and then turn and ask the question that cut to the center of everything. She had her quill out but made no show of it, and she greeted Fleur with the warmth of genuine long acquaintance rather than professional courtesy. Fleur, she said. Finally. Amélie, Fleur said, and the smile she gave was the real one. Thank you for coming quickly. When Veela Crown Princess calls, Fontaine said, I come quickly. Her eyes moved to Harry with frank interest. And you are, im. Usually, Harry said. She laughed, a quick, genuine sound. Sit down, both of you. I want to understand before I write anything, so I'm going to ask questions that are probably impertinent and you should tell me if something is off limits and I will respect it. She looked between them. My readers understand Veela tradition. What they do not understand is what this means in the specific context of where you both are right now. Zay Tournament. Zay Dark Lord. Zay Politics. She paused. Can we talk about all of that? Yes, Harry said. The interview ran for 2 hours. Fontaine asked about the resonance first, what it was, how it felt, what the science of it was. Fleur answered the Veela-specific questions with the precision of someone who'd been educated in her own culture's traditions from birth, and Harry answered the non-Veela partner questions with the plainness that Apollon had told him was his best quality. When Fontaine asked what it felt like, Harry said it felt like recognizing a word in a language he didn't know he spoke, and Fleur went very still for a second and looked at him, and Fontaine's quill moved very fast. When Fontaine asked about Voldemort, Harry talked about it without the careful hedging that most interviews about the subject used. He said Voldemort was returning, that it was a matter of when not if, and that the Veela Nation having a formally recognized bond to someone at the center of that conflict was a strategic reality that needed to be discussed openly rather than minimized. When Fontaine asked about the eternal resonance and the gold signature, Fleur described the trial and what the council had witnessed, and Fontaine stopped writing entirely for a few seconds and just looked at them both. "Zat classification," she said. "In 800 years. 4 times. For confirmed cases," Fleur said. "There may be others that were not recorded. And ZE amplification, ZE magical development that accompanies ZE bond, we're at the beginning of that process," Harry said. 2 years. We'll see." Fontaine looked at him with a quality that wasn't doubt and wasn't certainty either, but something that resembled the expression of a historian recognizing a primary source. She wrote something at the bottom of her notes. At the end, she asked one final question, looking at Harry specifically. "There is a narrative in ZE British press," she said, "suggesting this is political. Orchestrated. That ZE Veela claim is a strategic move rather than a genuine bond. What would you say to that?" Harry looked at her steadily. "I'd say that the people promoting that narrative have specific reasons to want the bond to be false," he said. "And that the council's recognition, the trial record, and the testimony of 7 council members is more credible than anonymous sources speaking to the prophet." He paused. "I'd also say that if anyone wants to come look me in the eye and tell me the bond is manufactured, I'm easy to find." Fontaine smiled, closed her notebook, and said, "I'll have this to my editor by Sunday morning. It will be front page Monday." She was right. It was front page Monday, and the prophet picked up the syndication rights by Tuesday, and by Wednesday morning the anonymous sources piece had been essentially buried under a story that was larger, better sourced, and more interesting by every metric. Harry read the prophet's syndication version over breakfast with the satisfaction of something done correctly, and said nothing about it. Hermione said, "Well done," quietly from beside him. Ron said, "You're on the front page of the French paper with Fleur Delacour and you look quite good actually. The photo they used is decent," and showed the paper to Seamus, who made a sound that communicated complicated feelings. It was Thursday when things shifted. Harry was coming out of defense against the dark arts, Moody's class, which remained tense and educational in equal measure, when he felt it. Not a dramatic magical sense. Just the plain sensory information of eyes on him from a specific direction, which he'd been tracking since the age of 11 because eyes on you at Hogwarts were usually either harmless curiosity or something worse, and learning the difference early was useful. He turned casually, without telegraphing the turn, and saw the man at the far end of the corridor. Not a student. Not a teacher. 30s, dark robes, the specific expression of someone who is trying to look like they belong in a place they don't. He was gone before Harry could fully fix the details, stepped through a door that shouldn't have led anywhere useful, and Harry filed the image and kept walking. That evening he contacted Fleur. "Someone was watching me in the castle today," he said. "Not staff. Not student. Late 30s, dark robes, something off about the way he was standing." A pause on Fleur's end that had a specific quality. "When?" she said. "After defense. About 1:30. Zay Castle's wards should prevent unauthorized entry," she said. Unless someone who's authorized brought him in," Harry said. "Or unless the wards have a gap. Third possibility, he was there legitimately and just had bad standing posture." "Do you believe Z third possibility?" "No," Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. "I will tell my mayor's security people. They have been tracking Rosier's movements. He left France 4 days ago. His stated destination was London." "He's not in London," Harry said. "Non," she agreed. "I do not think he is." Harry thought about Hermione's warning, men like that don't attack from the front. The Triwizard Tournament, he said. The third task is in June. 6 months away. If someone wanted to use the task to reach me, it has already been used once, Fleur said sharply. Your name in Z Goblet. Someone put its ear. Someone with access to the castle, Harry said. Someone who knew enough about the tournament's magic to get past the age line. He paused. The same someone who's been here all year. The fire crackled on her end. Moody, Fleur said quietly. Harry had been thinking it since October and hadn't said it to anyone. Hearing it from her made it more solid, more real. I can't prove it, he said. And even if I could, removing him from the equation creates a vacuum that might be filled by something worse. Or, Fleur said, keeping him close means you know where Z-Thread is. That too, Harry said. But it means being careful in his class. Not showing more than I want him to see. What can you do, she said. In terms of power. What has changed since January? Harry thought about it honestly. Things come faster, he said. Spells I had to concentrate for, I'm not concentrating for them anymore. Professor Flitwick put me through an extra nonverbal session this week because he noticed I was ahead. I told him I'd been practicing. Had you? No more than usual, Harry said. A pause. Then Fleur said, Marchetti will want a full report. Marchetti can write to me directly, Harry said. I'll answer. She will be pleased by that, Fleur said. She will also immediately write a theoretical paper about it and you will be in the footnotes for the rest of academic history. I've been in worse places, Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. He heard the fire crackling on her end, and beyond that the distant ambient sound of Amidst court, different from Hogwarts, older and warmer in its silence. Harry, she said. Yes. In the article, ZE1 Amelie wrote, you said something. She paused. You said that what it felt like was recognizing a word in a language you didn't know you spoke. I did, he said. That is what I told you, she said. In ZE corridor, at ZE Ball. Word for word. He hadn't realized that. He turned it over. I suppose it was the most accurate thing, he said. It still is. Another quiet, warmer than the tactical silences earlier. I miss talking to you in person, she said. Z disc is, it is useful but it is not ZE same. The Easter holiday, he said. I'll come to France again. Or you could come too, he stopped. You don't have to visit the Dursleys. I'll go to France. I want to see where you live, she said. You really don't, he said. Harry. It's genuinely terrible, he said. It's a house in Surrey and my relatives are, he paused. They're not good people. I don't want you in that house. A longer quiet. Then she said, you have never said anything about them before. There isn't much to say, he said. They don't like magic. They've never liked me. I've been going back every summer because Dumbledore says there are blood wards that offer protection while I'm there. He said it flatly, as a collection of facts. France is better. Then France, she said. Easter. I will tell my mare. Tell her I'll be bringing Hermione, Harry said. She should meet the research operation. He could hear the smile in Fleur's voice when she said, bien. The figure in the corridor appeared once more, 2 days later. This time Harry was ready. He'd told Hermione and she told him he needed to tell Dumbledore, and he'd said he would and hadn't yet because he wanted to know more before that particular conversation. He walked toward the figure this time. Not running. Just changed direction and moved toward the far end of the corridor at a pace that covered ground while looking unhurried. The figure turned and saw him coming and made the same mistake that people often made about Harry. They saw the 14-year-old, the slight build, the school robes, and the glasses, and that second of underestimation was enough. Harry closed the distance to 10 feet and said clearly, who are you and why are you watching me? The figure moved quickly, toward a side passage. Harry had his wand out before the first step and said the freezing charm without verbalizing it, the spell flowing through his wand with the easy certainty of something that had been practicing itself while he slept, and the figure stopped mid-step, locked. Harry walked up to him. 30s. Dark robes, not British cut, continental European, French possibly, the kind worn by someone who was trying not to look like any particular country's wizard but had been cut in France. His face was sharp-featured and blank with the frozen charm vacancy, and in his right hand, not a wand, a small silver device, disc-shaped, similar to Fleur's communication disc but different in the engraving. Harry took the device without touching the man's hand, used a light levitation to float it free, and looked at it. Veela flame on one face. But the flame was wrong. Inverted, pointing down rather than up. Fleur had shown him the Delacour seal. This was the same design, mirrored. He unfroze the man. The figure stumbled, grabbed the wall, turned on Harry with eyes that were recalculating rapidly. He'd been caught by a fourth year with a nonverbal freezing charm and he was working through what that meant. "Who sent you?" Harry said. The man said nothing. His eyes went to the device in Harry's hand and something moved in his expression, not fear of Harry, but fear of the thing being in the wrong hands. "You work for Rosier," Harry said. "Or for whoever Rosier works for." Still nothing. "Right," Harry said. "You can go. But tell whoever sent you that I know you were here, I have your device, and the next person they send should be better at their job." He handed back the device. The man took it with the expression of someone completely unsure how to categorize what had just happened. He turned and walked away quickly, and Harry watched him go, and then went to find Fleur's disc. She answered immediately, like she'd been waiting. "Tell your mother's security people," Harry said, "that Rosier has access to a Veela communication device with an inverted flame seal. Someone's made him a counterfeit, or stolen one, or there's a source inside the nation." Silence on her end. Then, an inverted flame. "Mirrored," he said. "Exactly mirrored from yours." Another silence. When she spoke again her voice was controlled and quiet and had an edge underneath it he hadn't heard before. "There are exactly 3 people outside ZE Inner Court who have access to ZE Authentication Seal Design," she said. "2 of them are senior craftspeople who have been with Veela Nation for decades. The third," she stopped. "Fleur. The third," she said quietly, "is Counselor Thibault." Harry processed that. The old man with the sharp eyes and the wife killed by a Death Eater in 1979. The man who'd lost the council vote on his candidate with an expression that was more resigned than bitter. The man who'd paused at the door and said, "You reminded me of someone." "He gave it to Rosier," Harry said. "Or Rosier has someone inside his household." "Or Thibault," she said, and the word was very controlled, "is not simply a traditionalist with principled objections." Harry looked at the empty corridor. At the distant window showing the grey January grounds. "Don't tell your mother yet," he said. "Why not?" "Because if Thibault is compromised, Rosier knows it could be discovered and he'll have a fallback plan. If we move now, the fallback activates. We need to know what the fallback is first." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "You want to watch, I want to understand the whole shape of it before we act on any part of it," Harry said. "A week. 2 at most. I'll talk to Hermione, she's better at this kind of research than I am." "Harry," Fleur said. "Yes. Be careful," she said. "I mean it specifically. Not as a general instruction." "I know," he said. "I will be." He meant it. He always meant it. He was simply also going to do what needed to be done, which occasionally produced situations that required redefining careful. But he meant it. He told Dumbledore that evening. Not everything, not Thibault, not the inverted seal, not the specific shape of what he and Fleur were watching. But the figure in the corridor, the watching, the general fact that someone connected to Rosier had been inside the castle. Dumbledore listened with the focused stillness that meant he was thinking at full capacity. When Harry finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "You handled the situation yourself," Dumbledore said. "Rather than coming to me immediately." "I needed to know what I was dealing with before I reported it," Harry said. "Coming to you with, 'someone was watching me,' without more information seemed less useful than coming to you with, 'someone was watching me and here's who and why.'" Dumbledore looked at him. "And do you know who and why?" "I have a good idea," Harry said. "I'll tell you more when I'm certain." The pause that followed had a particular quality. Dumbledore was not accustomed to receiving partial information from Harry Potter, who had previously been reliable as a source of immediate, somewhat chaotic disclosure. "You've changed," Dumbledore said again. It was the second time he'd said it. "You keep saying that," Harry said. "I keep meaning it," Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry with the half-moon glasses tilted and the blue eyes very present and said, with a directness that was itself unusual from him, "The bond is making you stronger." "Yes," Harry said simply. "And Fleur Delacour herself?" "We're working together," Harry said. "On several things simultaneously." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment more. Then he said, very carefully, "Harry. I would ask, not order, not direct, ask, that whatever you are working on with Fleur and the Veela Nation, you share with me before acting. Not to direct it. Simply to know." Harry looked at him. The old man was being genuine. The careful, chess master quality was there, it was always there, but underneath it was something that was actually concerned, actually engaged, not just managing the situation. "Most of it," Harry said. "The things that are only about the Veela Nation, those are Fleur's to share, not mine. But the things that touch the tournament or Voldemort, yes. I'll tell you." A long moment. "That is more than I perhaps deserve," Dumbledore said quietly. "Probably," Harry agreed. "But it's what I'm offering." He left the office. Behind him, Fawkes made one long, clear note that followed him down the spiral stairs and faded as he reached the corridor. Outside, Hogwarts held the dark. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower through empty corridors, his footsteps the only sound, his shadow falling long and gold from the torches, and thought about Thibaut's inverted seal and Rosier's fire messages and the 6 months until the third task. 6 months was not long. Time to move faster than anyone expected. Chapter 5, The Fire Trial. The Easter holidays arrived with the specific cruelty of Scottish weather pretending to be spring, 3 warm days that convinced everyone to put away their winter cloaks, followed by a week of sleet that felt personally vindictive. Harry didn't notice. He was in France by the second morning of the break, Portkey landing in the now familiar warmth of Amidst's court's entry courtyard, Hermione beside him with her bag over one shoulder and the expression of someone who has been reading about a place for 2 months and is now verifying the research against reality. She stood in the courtyard and looked up at the white stone towers and the silver-trimmed architecture and the way the southern French light moved differently from British light, older and more settled, and said, "Oh," in the specific way she said it when something exceeded the description. "Yes," Harry said. "They books don't do it justice," Fleur said, coming through the gate with the ease of someone in her own house. She looked at Hermione with the frank curiosity of someone who'd heard quite a lot about her. "You must be Hermione Granger." "You must be Fleur Delacour," Hermione said. They looked at each other for a moment with the mutual recognition of 2 very capable people encountering each other for the first time and running an instinctive assessment. "I read your research summary on ZE Eternal Resonance," Fleur said. "It was excellent. Zay's section on magical amplification dynamics was more thorough than anything our own scholars produced." Something in Hermione's expression did the thing it did when she received genuine academic praise from someone she'd already decided was intelligent. "I had good source material," she said. "The Veela Nation's own historical archives were remarkably thorough. My mare opened them specifically for you," Fleur said. "She read your summary before you arrived." Hermione blinked. "Queen Apollon read," She reads everything, Harry said. Come on. I'll show you where the guest quarters are. Apollon received them that afternoon in her private study, a room lined with books that were clearly actually read rather than decorative, with 2 fires burning and maps on one wall that covered the magical geography of Europe in more detail than anything Harry had seen in the Hogwarts library. She greeted Hermione with the same frank directness she'd applied to Harry on their first meeting, and Hermione, to her enormous credit, didn't flinch or perform. She stood straight and met the silver gaze and said, "Your Majesty," with proper courtesy but without the deer-in-headlights quality that most people produced in Apollon's presence. Apollon looked at her for a long moment and then said to Harry, "I see why you trust her." "She's the smartest person I know," Harry said. "I'm in the room," Hermione said. "I know," Harry said. "I said it to her face, not behind your back." Apollon made the corner of the mouth movement that was her version of a smile and said, "Sit down, both of you. We have things to discuss." The things were substantial. Apollon laid them out with her characteristic directness, no cushioning and no wasted language. Thibaut had been investigated quietly over the past 2 weeks by her personal security, people who reported only to her, outside the regular court structure. The results were not conclusive but they were suggestive. 2 of Thibaut's household staff had received payments from a source that traced back through 3 layers of concealment to a British account. The account was registered to a shell charity. The charity's founding documents listed one Lord Edric Rosier among its patrons. "He's been bought," Harry said. "Or he has been convinced," Apollon said carefully. "Thibaut is not a mercenary. He does not act for money. They payments may have gone to his staff without his knowledge." She paused. "Or he may have been offered something beyond money." "What does he want most?" Hermione asked. Apollon looked at her. "What do you mean?" "Every person has a primary motivation," Hermione said. "Not money, you said. So what is it for Thibaut? What does he want that Rosier could offer?" A pause. Apollon turned this over. "Safety," she said, after a moment. "He lost his wife. He has spent 40 years ensuring Veela Nation stays safe from the kind of conflict that took her." She stopped. "If Rosier convinced I'm that aligning with the Dark Lord's faction was the safest course for Veela Nation, then Thibaut isn't a traitor," Harry said. "He's a man who's been manipulated through the thing he loves most." He looked at Apollon. "Which means removing him destroys someone who genuinely cares about the nation, and doesn't actually address Rosier." Apollon studied him for a long moment. "Yes," she said. "Exactly yes. What do we actually need?" Harry said. "We need Rosier exposed," Fleur said from the chair beside him. "Publicly. Not just to the Council. To the wizarding world. His ministry contacts, his Death Eater connections, the inverted seal, all of it in the open where it cannot be managed or buried. For that we need proof," Hermione said. "Real proof. The kind that can't be characterized as circumstantial or politically motivated." She was already thinking, Harry could see it, that inward turning focus she got when she was sorting through possibilities. The shell charity is traceable but it'll take time and it can be explained away. The inverted seal device is more interesting. "Why?" Apollon said. "Because the authentication seal design for Veela communication devices is proprietary," Hermione said. "If we can demonstrate that the device Harry recovered was made from stolen designs that only a small number of people had access to, it proves either an inside source or a penetration of the court's security protocols. Either way, it's not circumstantial. It's specific." Harry watched Apollon listening to Hermione with the quality of attention she gave to things she found genuinely useful. "The device is with our craftspeople now," Apollon said. "I can have them produce a full authentication report by." "There's a problem," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. If Rosier's source inside the court, whether it's Thibaut or someone in Thibaut's household, knows we have the device, they've already told Rosier, he said. Which means Rosier knows we're building a case. Which means he's going to act before we're ready. The room was quiet. "Zay third task," Fleur said. Her voice was controlled but her eyes had sharpened. "June," Harry said. "That's his deadline. After the tournament ends, I leave the castle and the context shifts. Whatever he's planning, it has to happen inside the tournament structure." "Zay Goblet of Fire," Apollon said, and something in her voice had changed, less the strategic analyst, more the mother. "Someone used it to put your name in. Zay same person is still at Hogwarts." "Moody," Harry said. "I'm almost certain. He paused, thinking about how to characterize it, too interested. In exactly the right ways, and the wrong ones. He pushed me toward the dragon. He showed us the unforgivable curses at a level of detail that served a specific purpose." He looked at Apollon. "He's not the real Moody. I don't know who he actually is. But he's running a specific plan inside the castle and I think the third task is the endpoint." Apollon looked at him with an expression he couldn't fully read. "You have known this for some time." "I've suspected it," Harry said. "Knowing and suspecting aren't the same." "And Dumbledore?" "I've told him someone connected to Rosier was watching me in the castle," Harry said. "I haven't told him the Moody suspicion. I don't have enough yet." "You need more," Hermione said. "I need something that moves him to act," Harry said. "Dumbledore acts on evidence. He doesn't act on instinct, not quickly anyway." Fleur stood up. She'd been still for long enough that the movement drew everyone's attention. She walked to the window overlooking the courtyard and stood there for a moment with her back to the room, and then she turned around. "There is something I haven't told you," she said. She was looking at Harry. He waited. "Zay's second task," she said. "Something was taken from you. From each champion. Something you would miss most," Ze Clue said. She paused. "For me, it was Gabrielle. For Crumb it was," she waved that aside. "For you, Ze hostage it was not your friend. Zay original plan, before Ze task administrators made final selections. The original plan was to take me," Harry said. "It wasn't a question. He'd half worked it out already. Her voice was completely even. "Zay Goblet's magic, if manipulated correctly, can influence Ze task structure. Whoever entered your name intended you to be Ze hostage in Ze's second task, not Ze champion. A hostage cannot fight back. A hostage is controlled." She paused. Something changed Ze's selection before Ze task ran. Zay enchantment was interfered with. "Who interfered with it?" Hermione said. "We believe my mare," Fleur said. "She was at Hogwarts in December, for my initial assessment. She noticed certain anomalies in Ze Tournament's magical architecture and took corrective steps without announcing them." Harry looked at Apollon. "You were already watching the tournament," he said. "I was watching my daughter's safety," Apollon said, with the even tone of someone who will not apologize for what they did. "I noticed Ze Goblet had been interfered with. I found Ze's secondary enchantment designed to redirect Ze hostage selection. I removed it." She held Harry's gaze. "I was not certain at Ze time that my daughter would claim a mate bond with you, Monsieur Potter. But I was certain that whatever was being done was not sanctioned by Ze Tournament's official administrators." "And you didn't tell Dumbledore," Harry said. "I had insufficient proof and insufficient trust in how he would use Ze information," she said. "I made a decision. It was mine to make." Harry thought about this for a long moment. He thought about the second task, the lake, the gillyweed, Hermione unconscious underwater, his completely unnecessary rescue of both her and Fleur's sister and Crumb's hostage because he couldn't leave anyone down there regardless of the rules. He thought about what the second task would have been if he'd been the hostage. Motionless at the bottom of the lake while Fleur completed the task above him. He thought about whoever was wearing Moody's face, watching from the stands. "Thank you," he said to Apollon. Plainly. Without performance. She held his gaze for a moment. Something in her silver eyes shifted, not softening exactly, but settling. Like weight redistributed. "The rain," she said. "You're welcome." "Right," Hermione said, with the practical energy of someone returning everyone to the problem. "So we have Moody, fake, running a plan inside the castle. We have Rosier running a parallel plan from outside, using Thibaut's access or household as a conduit into the Veela Nation. The third task is June. We have 6 weeks. 5, Harry said. He'll need setup time. Whatever the third task's enchantment is supposed to do, it has to be in place before the task runs. Zay maze, Fleur said. Zay third task is a maze. Zay enchantment work begins 3 weeks before ZE task. Zay groundskeepers start preparation, 2 weeks from now, Harry said. The room was very quiet. That's our window, Hermione said. Whatever he's building into the maze, it goes in during those 3 weeks. Which means we need Moody identified and confirmed before that window opens, Harry said. Ow. Fleur said. Harry looked at her. Polyjuice potion, he said. If someone's been sustaining a polyjuice transformation for 8 months, they need a continuous supply. They need somewhere to keep it. They need somewhere to keep whoever they're impersonating. Hermione's eyes went wide. The office, she said. His office, Harry confirmed. If the real Moody is being kept somewhere, and he has to be, you can't sustain the transformation without a continuous source, it's inside the castle. Somewhere accessible to the fake. That's an enormous if, Hermione said. It's the only version that works logistically, Harry said. Trust the logic. She thought about it for 3 seconds. The trunk, she said. He has a 7-lock trunk. It's in his office. No one's ever looked inside properly. We'll look inside properly, Harry said. Harry, she said. That's Moody's office. Even if he's fake Moody, he's still a professor and the defense teacher, and if we're caught, then we're caught, Harry said. But we won't be. She looked at him with the expression that meant she was arguing with herself. The argument lasted about 4 seconds. Fine, she said. But we plan it properly. Not tonight. Not tonight, Harry agreed. The week in France was the most useful Harry had spent since the tournament began. Mornings went to Hermione's research. She'd been given access to the Veela Nation's historical archives and she moved through them with the systematic thoroughness of someone who regards comprehensive knowledge as a form of self-defense. By Wednesday she had a cross-reference document on the eternal resonance bond's documented effects that was better sourced than most published academic papers, plus a detailed breakdown of Rosier's charitable connections that traced his network 3 levels deeper than the initial investigation. Afternoons were Harry and Fleur. Not formal sessions. Not briefings. Just time, which they hadn't had much of, and which turned out to be as significant as any of the strategic work because it filled in the spaces around the things they discussed through a disc at midnight and across council chamber floors and in Hogwarts corridors where they'd needed to be careful about everything they showed. They walked the grounds of Amidst Court, vast grounds, older than the castle, with the silver-green plants Harry had seen from the guest window now identifiable as something with no English name that the Veela used in their fire ceremonies. Fleur explained them as they walked, slipping between English and French with the ease of someone no longer performing the translation, and Harry asked the questions that occurred to him rather than the ones that were supposed to occur. On the second afternoon she asked him something directly. What do you actually want, she said. Not from ZE Bond. Not from ZE Nation. From your life. He thought about it honestly. I want to finish the war, he said. Not just survive it, finish it. I want Voldemort actually gone, not dormant, not in exile. Gone. He paused. After that, he stopped. You have not thought past it, she said. Not a criticism. An observation. Everyone in my life has been treating this war as the thing I exist inside of, he said. Dumbledore has a plan and I'm in it. The prophecy has a shape and I'm the shape. I've spent 4 years being the destination of someone else's map. He looked at the silver-green plants. France is the first time I've been in a situation where I chose it. Not because prophecy or Voldemort or the tournament required it. Because I decided. Fleur was quiet for a moment. And what does it feel like? Choosing. Better, he said. Considerably better. She looked at him with the warm direct quality that had replaced the composed formal quality sometime in the last 3 months, when they'd stopped performing normalcy at each other. After Ze war, she said. I want you to know, Ze bond does not require you to abandon whatever life you were going to build. Ze role of king consort is, it is as large or as small as Ze person in it makes it. My Grand Mirror's consort spent most of his time on academic research. He attended Ze formal occasions and he loved, and he remained fundamentally, himself. She paused. I am not asking you to become someone different. I know, Harry said. You do. You told me in the corridor at the Yule Ball that I was uncomplicated, he said. That was another way of saying you wanted me specifically, not a version of me that had been shaped to fit. She looked at him with the expression that was closest to unguarded, the one she still sometimes tried to contain and no longer entirely managed. You remember everything I say. The important things, he said. She looked away first, at the silver-green plants, and Harry watched her and thought that whatever complicated and significant thing was building between them, it was building correctly, with space and honesty and the specific texture of 2 people who were genuinely interested in each other's actual selves. Then Gabrielle found them, running across the grounds with the single-minded energy of an 8-year-old on a mission, and demanded that Harry show her how British wizards flew because she'd read that British flying was different from French flying and was it true that British brooms were slower. Significantly slower, Harry said gravely, and Gabrielle looked delighted and scandalized in equal measure. Fleur watched her little sister interrogate Harry about broom aerodynamics with an expression of pure, uncomplicated warmth. They went back to Hogwarts on the last day of the Easter break. Harry and Hermione came through the portkey with plans, with research, and with the specific focused energy of people who have spent a week doing preparation and are now ready for the thing itself. The castle greeted them with its usual indifference to personal significance. Same corridors, same moving staircases, same smell of stone and old magic. Moody's office was on the 3rd floor, past the corridor where Harry had caught Rosier's watcher in January. They went on a Tuesday night, after midnight. Hermione had spent 2 days working out the ward configuration on Moody's door, not breaking it, which would alert him, but reading it the way you read text, identifying what was there. She found 3 layers, a standard Hogwarts staff privacy ward, a personal alarm ward that would trigger if the door opened without a specific wand signature, and something underneath both that she described as crude but strong, the magical equivalent of a bolt. The alarm ward, Harry said. Can you redirect it? I can make it trigger internally rather than externally, she said. So it goes off inside the room rather than reaching him wherever he is. He'd have to be in the room to notice it. Do that, Harry said. She did it in 4 minutes, working with the focused precision of someone who has prepared extensively and is executing rather than improvising. Harry watched the corridor while she worked and thought about the fake Moody's eye, the magical eye that could see through anything. Could it see through walls? Could it see them right now? The door opened. The office smelled of something Harry associated with Moody, something like the inside of an old cabinet, dry and dusty, with something else underneath. Something organic and unpleasant. The 7-lock trunk was in the corner, just as Hermione had described from her research on polyjuice transformations and what they required. Harry counted the locks. 7. He tried the first. It opened easily, just robes and equipment inside. He tried the second. More equipment. By the sixth lock he was certain, and the seventh opened with a sound that was wrong, hollow, deep, like a passage rather than a container. He looked inside. The trunk's seventh compartment was a room. Not a large one, 6 feet across, lit by a faint blue light that came from the walls themselves rather than any fixture. And in the room, against the far wall, in a chair that had restraints on the wrists, a man. Old, scarred, with a wooden leg and a glass eye that sat still in its socket in a way the magical eye never did. Unconscious. But breathing. The real Alastair Moody. Alive. 8 months in a trunk. Harry turned to Hermione. She already had her wand out, running a diagnostic spell, her expression doing something between scientific assessment and genuine horror. "He's alive," she said. "Extremely malnourished. Under a sustained stupefaction, layered, they've been reapplying it regularly. He needs Madame Pomfrey immediately." Harry looked at the real Moody's face. Weathered and damaged and unmistakably, stubbornly alive. "We can't take him out without the fake knowing," Harry said. "I know," Hermione said. "But we can't leave him," Harry said. "I know," she said again. They looked at each other. "We get Dumbledore," Harry said. "Right now. Tonight." She didn't argue. They were in Dumbledore's office 11 minutes later, which was some kind of record for castle traversal. Dumbledore opened the door in night robes with his wand in his hand and the specific wakefulness of someone who doesn't fully sleep, and Harry said, "The real Moody is alive in a trunk in his office and someone's been impersonating him for 8 months," and watched Dumbledore's expression do something Harry had never seen it do before, go completely still. Not the thoughtful chess player's stillness. The stillness of someone receiving information that restructures everything they thought they understood about the last several months. "Show me," he said. What followed was the fastest Harry had ever seen Dumbledore move. The office. The trunk. The seventh compartment. The real Moody, freed and transported to the hospital wing with every reviving charm Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey could manage. The fake Moody, revealed the moment Dumbledore pointed his wand at him and said a single Latin phrase Harry didn't know, which dissolved the Polyjuice transformation in a cascade of grey-brown smoke. Underneath the smoke, a man Harry didn't recognize. Pale, thin, with wild eyes that were not Moody's eye and a face that wasn't Moody's face, a man who looked at Harry specifically with the quality of someone whose plan had just been discovered 6 weeks before its completion. Dumbledore secured him efficiently. Professionally. With the ease of someone who has done this before. The man's name, extracted from his wand registry and the documents in his robe pockets, was Bartemius Crouch Jr. Harry looked at that name and felt something cold and specific settle over him. "The Crouch family," he said to Dumbledore. "His father is on the tournament committee." "Yes," Dumbledore said, and his voice was very quiet. "Yes, he is." He looked at Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen from him, something that combined apology and something more complex than that, something that was about the months of danger and the 8 months of the real Moody in a trunk and all the careful moves on the board that had missed this one. "You found him," Dumbledore said. "Not me. Hermione found him," Harry said. "I just did the walk." Hermione, who was standing to Harry's left, made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. Harry reached over and squeezed her arm without looking at her and she straightened up and was fine. The next 6 weeks were not quiet. Crouch Jr. was in ministry custody by morning, and the ripple effects moved outward from that center in the way that serious revelations do, reorganizing everything around them. The tournament structure was suddenly transparent in a way it hadn't been before, the specific machinations visible now that the machinator had been removed. Dumbledore took control of the third task's preparation directly, overriding the normal committee structure with the authority of someone who'd identified a security breach and was not going to wait for a committee meeting. Harry told Fleur that night through the disc. She was quiet for a long time after, and then she said, "Zay third task. What appends to it?" "It still runs," Harry said. Dumbledore confirmed it. The tournament's magical contract requires completion. But he's rebuilding the maze's enchantments from scratch. Everything Crouch put in comes out. And ZE Cup at the center? Fleur said. Still there, Harry said. But Dumbledore is, he paused. He'd had a long conversation with Dumbledore that afternoon, and the old man had been more forthcoming than usual, the Crouch revelation having apparently shifted something in his usual calibration of what to share. He's worried about the cup. He thinks Crouch was going to make it a portkey. To take the winner somewhere. Silence on Fleur's end. A portkey to where, she said, though from her tone she already knew. Somewhere Voldemort could use them in a ritual, Harry said. Blood ritual. He needs blood from a specific lineage to restore a physical body. He's been planning it. And ZE Cup is still Zir, she said. Dumbledore is going to re-enchant it, Harry said. Make it safe. But he has to do it without alerting Crouch's network that he knows, because if they find out before the task, they'll simply change the plan. Harry, Fleur said. I know, he said. If ZE Cup is not safe, I won't touch it, he said. I know how to win the maze without touching the cup. A long silence. He could hear her breathing. I will be in ZE maze also, she said. All 4 champions compete. I know, he said again. Stay away from the center until I give you a signal. What signal? You'll know it when you see it, he said. She made a sound that was purely exasperation. You cannot say that. I genuinely will know in the moment, he said. I'm not being mysterious, I just don't know yet what the exact situation will be. This is extremely unsatisfying, she said. Welcome to how Hermione feels about me regularly. Tell Hermione she has my sympathy, Fleur said. She's right here. She says she accepts it. A beat of silence from Fleur's end. Then, I want to talk to her. Through ZE disc. Harry handed the disc to Hermione, who took it with the slightly stunned expression of someone offered an unexpected thing they immediately want. He went to stand at the dormitory window and looked out at the May grounds, properly green now, the Scottish spring having finally committed, while behind him Hermione and Fleur talked in the focused shorthand of 2 very similar minds discovering each other. He heard them move from small talk to research comparisons to what sounded like the beginning of a genuine academic argument about the documented cases of eternal resonance amplification, and he smiled at the window and left them to it. Rosier moved in the last week of May. Harry knew because Apollin's security sent a message through the disk system at 3 in the morning, not to Harry's disk, but to Fleur's, and Fleur woke him via the secondary connection they'd established for urgencies. Rosier is in Britain, she said. Her voice was completely controlled, the composure layer fully operational. My mayor's people tracked him from Paris to London yesterday. He met with Walcott at ZE Ministry. Zay meeting was unscheduled and lasted 40 minutes. What do they think he's doing? Harry said. He was sitting up in his dormitory bed, wand already in hand from the reflex of being woken suddenly. Activating something, she said. Zay pattern of his movements over ZE last week, moving money, contacting people, consolidating, it looks like preparation. Like someone clearing their obligations before an action. He thinks the 3rd task is still going to work, Harry said. He doesn't know about Crouch. Does he need Crouch? Fleur said. If ZE Cup is still Zir, he needs someone in the maze to reach the cup, Harry said. Without Crouch, who does he have? Silence. Us, Harry said. The champions are still the only ones in the maze. Without Crouch to influence things from inside, Rosier needs one of us to touch the cup willingly. Which means he needs to give someone a reason to want the cup, Fleur said. A reason beyond winning ZE tournament. Or remove everyone except the person he needs, Harry said. The dormitory was very quiet. Ron's snoring had paused, which happened sometimes, and the silence was absolute. Fleur, Harry said. The maze. Whatever Rosier is planning for the third task, it's in the maze. It is always in ZE maze, she said. I need you to listen to me, he said. Not the Crown Princess. Not the champion. You, specifically. A beat. I'm listening, she said, and the composure layer was down. You don't go into the maze until I've cleared the first section, he said. I know that's not the competition's rules. I don't care about the competition's rules. Give me 20 minutes inside before you enter. ZE competition requires all champions to enter at ZE same time, she said. Yes, Harry said. Do it anyway. A long pause. If I delay my entry, she said slowly, ZE judges will dock points. ZE Beauxbatons delegation will, do it anyway, Harry said. Silence. He waited. He didn't push, didn't justify further, he'd said it once clearly and he meant it and she knew he meant it. Très bien, she said. 20 minutes. Thank you, he said. Don't make me regret it, she said, and there was something underneath the words, not quite fear, but its sophisticated older sibling that lived in people who were brave and therefore knew exactly what there was to be afraid of. I'll be fine, he said. Harry, she said. Yes. ZE bond amplification, she said. How strong do you feel right now? Honestly. He thought about it. He thought about Flitwick's extra session, and the nonverbal casting that had stopped feeling like effort, and the freezing charm in the corridor that had flowed through him like water rather than will. He thought about the things he hadn't told anyone yet, the way his wand felt different, lighter and more responsive, the way magic seemed to come up to meet him now rather than requiring him to reach for it. Stronger than I was in January, he said. Significantly. ZE gold signature, she said. What Marchetti said about it. ZE eternal resonance doesn't just amplify. It produces something qualitatively new. Not more of what was there before. A new type. What type? Harry said. There are 4 recorded cases, she said. In each of ZE4, ZE non-Veela partner developed magic that add a specific character. Protective in nature. Not shields exactly. Something more fundamental. She paused. Something that responded to intent rather than technique. Something that recognized what needed protecting and, she stopped. And what? Harry said. And could not be overridden by dark magic, she said quietly. Not because it was more powerful. Because it was, antithetical. Structurally incompatible. Dark magic and this kind simply, do not operate on ZE same frequency. Harry sat with that for a long moment in the dark dormitory. Love magic, he said. We don't call it that, she said. It sounds, sentimental, he said. ZE Council would never survive calling it that in session, she said, and a very small laugh found its way through. But, functionally, yes. In previous cases, it manifested during moments of acute protective instinct. When someone ZE bonded person cared about was threatened. Right, Harry said. He thought about his mother's sacrifice. He thought about the green light and the scar and what Dumbledore had told him once about love magic, about something that had repelled Voldemort because of what lived in Harry's skin. The thing that had been there all along, and the thing that was growing alongside it now. The maze, he said. I'll be fine. Je sais, she said. Soft and certain, the same 2 words she'd said in the corridor at the Yule Ball. I know. The third task arrived on a warm June evening, the Hogwarts grounds turned hedge maze, torches at the entrance, the whole school in the stands. The 4 champions stood at the entrance, Cedric to Harry's right, Crumb behind them both, Fleur to Harry's left. Harry looked sideways at Fleur. She looked back at him. The crowd was loud. The judges were in their box. Bagman's amplified voice rolled over the stands. 20 minutes, Harry said, low enough for only her. She dipped her chin once. Just once. Dumbledore's whistle sounded. Harry went in first, moving immediately, not cautiously, fast through the opening hedge corridor, wand up, all his senses in front of him. The maze closed behind him and the crowd noise cut to almost nothing, the hedges absorbing it, and Harry moved through the first junction by pure instinct, turning right where the magic felt wrong and left where it felt clean. He encountered the first obstacle in 4 minutes, a blast-ended scrut, enormous, essentially unstoppable by normal means. He hit it with 3 nonverbal spells in rapid succession without breaking stride, impediment, banishing, and something that wasn't in any textbook he'd studied but came out of his wand like he'd known it forever, a burst of gold-white light that made the creature simply stop and sit down with the confused compliance of something that had encountered magic it didn't have a response to. He moved on. 2 more obstacles. A boggart that resolved into Voldemort, or tried to. The gold-white magic rose without him asking it to, and the boggart dissolved before it fully formed, apparently unable to sustain itself against that particular frequency. Harry noted this, filed it, kept moving. The golden light from the cup was visible ahead, the center of the maze, and Harry stopped at the final junction and looked at the cup for a long moment. Dumbledore had re-enchanted it. He was nearly certain Dumbledore had re-enchanted it. Nearly. He thought about Apollon removing the secondary enchantment from the Goblet of Fire without telling anyone. He thought about how careful and thorough she was. He thought about the fact that Rosier was in Britain and had met with Walcott yesterday and had spent a week clearing his obligations. He thought about what Rosier needed the cup to do. He walked to the cup and didn't touch it. Stood in front of it and looked at it and ran the diagnostic that Hermione had taught him, the same one she'd used on the real Moody in the trunk. The magical reading came back in colors he'd learned to interpret over 3 months of Hermione's patient instruction. Clean on the surface. Re-enchanted, yes, Dumbledore's work was visible and thorough. And underneath it, layered below Dumbledore's work, barely visible but there if you knew what you were looking at, a secondary enchantment. Not Crouch's. Different magic. Recent, added in the last 48 hours. Someone had gotten to the cup after Dumbledore. Harry stepped back from the cup. He turned, located the nearest hedge wall, and used the gold-white magic, which came easily now, fully operational, fully present, to simply remove a section of it. Not reducto, not an explosion. Just removal, the hedge parting like a curtain, opening a straight line back toward the entrance. He walked through. Fleur was 15 feet into the maze, exactly at the 20-minute mark, moving carefully with her wand tracing a light path. She saw him coming back through the gap in the hedge and stopped. "Zay cup," she said immediately. "Touched after Dumbledore," Harry said. "Secondary enchantment. Don't go to the center." Her face did something brief and controlled. "Cedric," she said. "Crumb. I need to find them," Harry said. "Can you?" She was already moving, pulling a silver disc from her robes, not the communication disc but something else, smaller, a tracking charm substrate. "I requested ZE location finding tool from my mare before ZE task," she said, scanning it quickly. "Cedric is, north-northeast, approximately 40 meters. Victor is," she paused. "Victor is near ZE center." "Victor goes for the cup," Harry said, already moving. "He is competitive," Fleur said. "He will see it and," Harry ran. The maze was not simple, but the gold-white magic had a quality he was starting to understand. It moved ahead of him like a scout, identifying the path, and Harry followed it without thinking, trusting it the way he trusted a broom. He found Crumb in under 2 minutes, large and dark-robed and heading directly for the cup's golden light with the focused certainty of a world-class seeker who had identified the snitch. "Victor," Harry said. "Don't touch it." Crumb turned. His expression was wary and competitive. "The cup is trapped," Harry said. "I checked. Secondary enchantment below Dumbledore's work. Someone added it after the official inspection." Crumb's competitive expression didn't dissolve immediately, he ran through his own assessment, weighing Harry's words against what he knew, against whether Harry was lying to gain an advantage. "Show me," he said. Harry ran the diagnostic in the air between them. The color reading appeared, visible to both. Crumb looked at it for 2 seconds. His expression changed. "Portkey modification," he said. His English was accented but completely certain. "I know this signature. This was used in the 1989 Bulgarian, someone used this to disappear a prisoner." "It takes you somewhere specific," Harry said. "Somewhere he wants us." Crumb looked at the cup. Then he looked at Harry with the expression of someone making a decision quickly and without regret. "What do we do?" "Get Cedric," Harry said. "Get out of the maze. Let me deal with the cup." "You have a plan?" Crumb said. "I have something better," Harry said. "Go." Crumb went without further argument, which told Harry something good about Victor Crumb. Harry turned to the cup. He thought about what Fleur had said. Not more of what was there before. A new type. Structural incompatibility with dark magic. Protective in nature. He thought about what the cup was, not an object but a mechanism. A vessel for a specific dark enchantment, designed to deliver a person to a dark purpose. He reached out and touched the cup with his wand rather than his hand. The secondary enchantment reacted immediately, activated by the contact, beginning its sequence. Harry felt it trying to grip, trying to find the portkey logic, the direction, the destination. He let it. He let it fully activate and fully reach and fully grab, and when it had all of itself committed to the portkey function he pushed the gold-white magic through his wand into the cup. Not a counter-curse. Not a reversal. Something more structural than that, the incompatibility that Fleur had described, meeting the dark enchantment at the point of maximum extension and simply refusing to share the same magical frequency. The secondary enchantment came apart. Not with an explosion or a crack or a dramatic display. It dissolved, the way a sugar cube dissolves in water, completely, without residue, leaving only the cup and Dumbledore's clean re-enchantment underneath. Harry picked up the cup. The maze's golden light intensified around him, signaling the task completion, and above him somewhere in the stands he heard the crowd noise suddenly double. He walked back out through the hole he'd made in the hedge, cup in hand, and came out into the torchlight and the crowd's noise and Dumbledore standing at the entrance with an expression Harry had never seen on his face, absolute, unguarded relief. Beside Dumbledore, Fleur, who had exited the maze with Cedric, who was standing slightly confused but completely intact. Crumb was beside them, having evidently exited through a different gap. Fleur looked at Harry and at the cup and did a very rapid, very private check of his face. He shook his head fractionally. "Fine." She breathed out. The crowd was enormous noise. Bagman was saying something in the amplified voice about an unprecedented resolution, about all 4 champions clearing the maze, about a joint decision. Harry stopped listening to Bagman. He crossed to where Fleur was standing and handed her the cup. She looked at it. Then at him. "Why are you giving me?" "Because you delayed your entry by 20 minutes and took the points penalty without arguing," he said. "And because you planned for this better than anyone." He paused. "Also I genuinely don't care about the cup." She looked at him for a long moment. The torchlight was warm and the crowd noise was a constant wall of sound around them and above them the June stars were appearing in the darkening sky. "This is deeply irregular," she said. "I'm famously irregular," he said. She took the cup. In the judge's box, a rapid and clearly heated discussion was happening. In the crowd, several thousand people were watching something they didn't entirely understand and therefore found twice as interesting. On the edge of the stands, partly in shadow, Rosier was watching with the expression of a man whose plan has just failed in a way he hadn't anticipated, running the immediate calculation of what to do next. Harry looked directly at him across the crowd. Rosier went very still. Harry held his gaze for 5 seconds, then turned away. Let him calculate. Dumbledore found Harry an hour later, in the corridor outside the hospital wing where the real Moody was still recovering. The old headmaster had an expression that had come a long way from the unguarded relief at the maze entrance and was now something more complex. "The cup," he said. "You found the secondary enchantment." "Yes," Harry said. "I didn't," Dumbledore said. He said it simply and without self-protective qualification, which Harry appreciated. "I examined it thoroughly and I didn't find it." "You did." "Hermione taught me the diagnostic," Harry said. "And the eternal resonance bond," he paused. "It's changing how I feel magic. The layers of it. Things that would be invisible to normal magical sense are becoming clearer." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The Veela Nation's records on the eternal resonance," he said. "I've been reading. Queen Apollon sent me an extract, which I believe was at your suggestion." "It seemed like information you should have," Harry said. "It was," Dumbledore said. He paused. "Harry. The secondary enchantment. You dissolved it from inside." "How?" Harry thought about how to answer that. About the gold-white magic and structural incompatibility and the thing that operated on a different frequency from dark magic. "I think," he said carefully, "it might be the same thing that happened when Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby. Some kind of magic that's antithetical to the dark. Not stronger than it. Just incompatible with it." Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was trying to remain composed and not entirely succeeding. "The protection your mother gave you," he said. "Maybe," Harry said. "But bigger now. Developed." He looked at the hospital wing door. "Marchetti's going to write several papers about it. I've already agreed to let her." A very long pause. "Rosier was in the stands," Dumbledore said. "He left when the maze lit for the task completion." "I saw him," Harry said. "He'll have a secondary plan," Dumbledore said. "He always does," Harry said. "That's what I want to talk to you about." He straightened. "Tomorrow morning. You, me, Queen Apollon. She's arriving tonight," Fleur messaged her when the task began. "We need to lay it all out. The inverted seal, the Thibaut connection, Walcott at the Ministry, all of it." He paused. "It's time to stop watching and act." Dumbledore looked at him with the eyes that had seen a great deal and were now seeing something new, something that had grown in the space of one school year from a talented, troubled boy into a young man who was standing in a hospital corridor at midnight with a plan and the certainty to offer it. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Tomorrow morning." Harry nodded and turned to go. "Harry." He stopped. "What you did in that maze," Dumbledore said. "The dissolving of the enchantment. The 3 other champions safely extracted. The cup." He paused. "That was extraordinary." "Hermione would say extraordinary means you just hadn't thought of it yet," Harry said. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said. "But she's not here, and I'm saying it to you." Harry accepted that. "Good night, Professor," he said, and walked down the corridor, his footsteps steady and unhurried, the castle dark and familiar around him, the summer coming in through the high windows. Somewhere in the south wing, Fleur was on her disc talking to her mother. Somewhere in London, Rosier was calculating. Somewhere in a hospital bed, the real Moody was sleeping off 8 months in a trunk. Somewhere at the end of June, Voldemort was still there, still building toward the inevitable. And here was Harry Potter, walking through Hogwarts at midnight with gold-white magic settled in his chest like a banked fire, choosing what came next. Chapter 6, King's Claim. The morning meeting happened in Dumbledore's office at 8, with the sun coming through the high windows at the angle that meant genuine summer was close, and the silver instruments spinning their usual incomprehensible patterns, and Fawkes watching from his perch with the ancient patience of something that had seen many mornings and understood they were all significant. Apollon arrived at 7:50, with 2 of her security staff who remained in the corridor outside, and greeted Dumbledore with formal courtesy and Harry with something warmer than that. She sat at the round table Dumbledore had conjured. No power architecture here, no one elevated, everyone at the same height, and placed a leather folio on its surface with the deliberate precision of someone bringing weapons to a meeting. Fleur sat beside her mother. Hermione was on Harry's left, her own notes arranged in front of her with the specific organization of someone who has been preparing for this conversation for weeks. Dumbledore sat across from them all, folded his hands, and said, "Tell me everything." They told him everything. It took 90 minutes. Hermione had the research laid out in order, the Thibault household payments traced to Rosier's charitable network, the inverted seal device and its authentication design breach, Walcott's meetings with Rosier over the last 6 months and the paper trail connecting Walcott to 2 ministry departments that had oversight of the Triwizard Tournament security protocols. Apollon presented her security team's findings on Rosier's movements with the flat precision of a military briefing. Harry described the Watcher in the corridor, the confrontation, the device recovered. Dumbledore listened to all of it without interrupting. His expression moved through things, recognition, concern, something that looked like genuine calculation, and once, when Hermione laid out the Walcott connection to the tournament security oversight, something briefly harder. When it finished, the office was quiet. Fawkes made one low note. "Walcott," Dumbledore said, looking at Hermione's documentation. "He's not the top of it," Harry said. "He's the mechanism. Rosier uses him to access ministry structures and Rosier is the connection to Voldemort's network." "You are certain of the Voldemort connection," Dumbledore said. "Not challenging. Verifying. The concealment charm on Rosier's fire messages was not ministry or academic in origin," Apollon said. "My people have seen it twice before. Once in 1979, in the correspondence of a Death Eater operative we intercepted in Lyon. Once in 1981, in material recovered from a cell of Voldemort's followers attempting to establish a French network." She paused. "It is a signature charm. It belongs to a specific group of practitioners. Rosier uses it. The connection is direct." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "You've had this information for some time," he said to Apollon. I've had pieces of it for some time," she said. The complete picture required what Harry and Hermione provided. "We assembled it together." Another pause. Harry watched Dumbledore's face and recognized the quality of the silence. The old man was running through several things simultaneously, the chess player mind working through implications and positions and what each piece meant for every other piece. But there was something different in it today from how it usually looked. Less the master moving figures on his own board and more someone who'd realized there were other boards in the room. "What do you want to do?" Dumbledore said, and he directed the question at Harry specifically, which was itself a change from the usual architecture of their conversations. "We expose Rosier completely," Harry said. "Not managed through ministry channels, those are compromised at the Walcott level and possibly higher. Not through the Veela Nation alone, he'd characterize it as political retaliation from a foreign entity." He paused. "We need both simultaneously. British legal process and Veela Nation testimony, moving at the same time, from the same evidence, so that neither can be dismissed in isolation." "Ze British Wiesengemat," Apollon said. "If ZE evidence is presented formally to ZE Wiesengemat rather than ZE Ministry, the Ministry can't bury it," Hermione said. "The Wiesengemat has independent oversight authority. Walcott's office has no jurisdiction over Wiesengemat proceedings. Who on the Wiesengemat can we trust to receive it?" Fleur said. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "Your chief warlock," he said. "You receive it." Dumbledore looked at him. "I am also, as Rosier would immediately argue, personally connected to you and therefore interested in the outcome." "Then you receive it and immediately recuse yourself from the adjudication," Harry said. "The evidence is lodged in the formal record regardless. The case proceeds without you on the panel. Rosier can't argue the evidence was suppressed because it's already in the record, and he can't argue your bias affected the case because you removed yourself from it." The room was quiet. Hermione said, quietly, "That's actually quite elegant." "It was Fleur's idea," Harry said. She explained the Wizengamot structure to me in February. Fleur, who had been following the conversation with the focused attention of someone who'd been preparing for it, looked at Harry with the expression she got when he attributed something correctly and she hadn't entirely expected him to. Apollon looked at her daughter, then at Harry, then back at Dumbledore. "There is one more element," she said. She opened the folio and removed a document, thick, multi-page, sealed at the edges with silver Veela magic that made the pages glow faintly at their corners. She set it on the table. Veela Nation's formal testimony on Lord Rosier's activities, his use of counterfeit Veela communication devices, his penetration of our court security protocols, and his documented connection to Death Eater networks operating on Veela sovereign territory. She paused. This is a sworn national statement. It carries the full legal weight of a sovereign magical nation's testimony in international wizarding law. It cannot be dismissed as opinion or characterized as politically motivated without rejecting international magical treaty frameworks that Britain has been signatory to for 200 years. Dumbledore looked at the document for a long moment. "You prepared this before this morning," he said. "I prepared this 3 weeks ago," Apollon said. "I was waiting for the British component to be ready." Dumbledore's expression did something complex. He picked up the document and read the first page, and read it slowly, and set it down with the care of someone handling something significant. "I'll receive it this afternoon," he said. "In my capacity as Chief Warlock, through formal channels." He paused. "I'll recuse immediately on the grounds of personal interest and nominate a panel of 3 senior Wizengamot members who are not ministry employees." "Madam Longbottom," Hermione said immediately. "Augusta Longbottom. She's served on 3 independent oversight panels and she has no ministry obligations. She's also," she paused, "she's personally familiar with Death Eater activity in ways that give her zero tolerance for related networks." Dumbledore looked at her over the half-moon glasses. "You've researched the Wizengamot composition." "In February," Hermione said, with the slight defensive edge of someone who finds thorough preparation self-evident. "In February," Dumbledore repeated. He turned to Harry. "Is there anything else you've been doing since February that I should be aware of?" "Several things," Harry said. "None of them illegal." The office was quiet and then Apollon made a sound that was unmistakably a laugh, short, genuine, quickly recovered. Fleur was looking at the window with the expression of someone maintaining composure through effort. "Right," Dumbledore said. "This afternoon, then. I'll contact the Wizengamot clerk immediately." He stood, which meant the meeting was moving from planning to execution. "Rosier will be aware that the task went wrong. He'll be calculating options. The speed at which we move matters." "He hasn't run," Harry said. "He was in the stands last night and he had the opportunity to leave Britain immediately after and he didn't. That means he still thinks there's a move available to him." "What move?" Fleur said. "That's what I want to figure out before noon," Harry said. He figured it out at 11:15. Hermione brought it to him. Actually, she'd been cross-referencing Rosier's movements against the tournament calendar and found the pattern. Rosier had been present, in Britain or in close proximity, at every key tournament event. The Goblet Night. The first task. The second task. Last night's third task. Every time, he'd had a view of proceedings. "He's not just running Crouch from a distance," Hermione said, spreading her notes on the common room table. "He's been watching because he needs to be able to pivot. He's the contingency plan for when the individual pieces fail." "Crouch failed," Harry said. "Crouch is in custody," she said. "Which means the information Crouch had is now in Ministry hands. Rosier knows what Crouch knew and knows that we know it." She looked at Harry. "What does Crouch know that Rosier doesn't want the Ministry to have?" Harry thought about it. "The Portkey destination," he said. "Where the cup was supposed to take whoever touched it." "Exactly," Hermione said. "Crouch knows the location. If he talks, he's in custody and Crouch Sr. is on the tournament committee," Harry said, following the logic. Rosier goes to Crouch Sr. Not as an ally, as leverage. Crouch Sr. will do anything to protect what remains of his family name. Hermione was already nodding. He asks Crouch Sr. to access Crouch Jr.'s holding cell and suppress his testimony. Not kill him, too visible. Suppress. A memory charm, a silencing enchantment, something that makes Crouch Jr.'s evidence inadmissible. And Crouch Sr., Harry said, who has spent his entire career prosecuting Death Eaters and would rather die than admit his son was one, is exactly vulnerable to that pressure, Hermione finished. Harry stood up. Where is Crouch Jr. being held? Ministry holding facility, Hermione said. Level 9. Crouch Sr. has oversight access to. How quickly can you get this to Dumbledore? I have a direct line to his office through. She stopped, looked at him. Since when do I have a direct line to Dumbledore's office? Since I set one up in March, Harry said. The disk system. I calibrated a secondary channel. I told you about it. You mentioned it briefly in April when I was focused on the Thibaut research. Third shelf in your bag, Harry said. The small bronze disc with the D on the back. She opened her bag with the expression of someone doing rapid inventory and found the disc exactly where he'd said. Harry. 12 minutes, he said. Then Dumbledore can alert the Aurors before Crouch Sr. reaches the holding facility. She was already activating the disc. They were too late for Crouch Sr. Not too late for the testimony. Dumbledore reached the Aurors in time and Bartemius Crouch Jr.'s evidence was secured with additional wards before anyone could interfere, but Crouch Sr. himself was found unconscious in a ministry corridor 20 minutes later, memory charmed so thoroughly that he didn't know his own name. He never recovered it. The detail that mattered was the charm used on him. Hermione identified it in the Aura report that Dumbledore shared with them that afternoon, the same signature charm from Rosier's fire messages. The concealment charm of Voldemort's network. Which put Rosier inside the ministry, or someone acting for him, within the last 2 hours. He's still here, Harry said to Fleur that afternoon, in the East Corridor where they'd first talked in January about the shape of what was coming. He hasn't run. Because running means admitting defeat, she said. Men like Rosier do not admit defeat. They reframe. What's his reframe? She looked out the window at the June grounds. Green and wide and peaceful, the tournament infrastructure already being quietly dismantled by Hogwarts maintenance enchantments. Zay Weisengamot receives ZE evidence tonight, she said. Once it is formally lodged, once ZE national testimony is in ZE record, his network is visible. He cannot suppress it. He cannot deny it. She paused. Zay's only remaining move is to discredit ZE source. The source is the Veela Nation, Harry said. No, she said, and her voice was precise. Zay's source is me. Personally. I am Veela Crown Princess who filed ZE national testimony. I am ZE1 who identified ZE inverted seal and reported it. I am ZE1 that ZE record will show initiated ZE investigation. She turned from the window to look at him. To discredit ZE testimony, he discredits me. Harry looked at her. How? Zay Bond, she said. Zay's simplest version, ZE Crown Princess, as allowed personal attachment to a British wizard to compromise her objectivity. Zay evidence she provided is colored by romantic and political interest in destroying someone who opposed Z Bond. She said it flatly, like reading a script. Zay anonymous sources in ZE Prophet article in January. Zay's suggestion that Z Bond was politically manufactured. He was building that narrative 6 months ago. He planned this contingency in January, Harry said. Probably earlier, she said. When ZE resonance was first reported. He saw ZE threat immediately. Zay narrative was insurance. Harry thought about it. About the shape of Rosier's strategy, multiple layers, each one the contingency for the one before. Crouch in the castle running the primary plan. The ministry contact as political cover. The press narrative as the last resort discrediting tool. The narrative only works if the bond looks manufactured, Harry said. And the bond only looks manufactured if people do not see it as real, Fleur said. If ZE evidence of ZE eternal resonance is questioned. Marchetti's papers, Harry said. Fleur blinked. Marchetti has been writing about the eternal resonance since January, Harry said. 5 months of documented observation, academic framing, historical comparison, published through the Veela Nation's academic channels. How widely has it been distributed? Fleur was very still. She submitted to 3 international journals, she said slowly. The European Journal of Magical Theory. The International Veela Studies Publication. And, she stopped. The British Journal of Advanced Magic. Is it in press? Harry said. She told me last month it was accepted for ZE June issue, Fleur said. Which publishes, this week, Harry said. She looked at him with the expression of someone watching a piece click into place. The timing was Marchetti's, Harry said. Nothing to do with us. But it means that tomorrow morning, the most prestigious British magical academic journal publishes a peer-reviewed paper on the Eternal Resonance Bond, authored by a Veela High Counselor with 40 years of academic credentials, with the full documented history of the previous 4 cases and the authenticated record of this one. He paused. That's not a princess's testimony. That's scholarship. Independent, academic, sourced. Rosier cannot discredit Marchetti without discrediting 40 years of Veela academic tradition, Fleur said. He can try, Harry said. But by the time he does, the Wisingamot evidence is already lodged, the Aurors have Crouch Jr.'s testimony, and the paper is in print. He paused. He's out of moves. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she said, you should tell him that. I know, Harry said. She looked at him sharply. I was not actually suggesting, I know, he said again, differently. I'm going to find him. Harry, he's still in Britain, Harry said. Probably still near Hogwarts, he needs to see how things develop. He's calculating. He doesn't know about Marchetti's paper. He looked at her. I'm not going to fight him. I'm going to tell him it's over and give him the option to end it cleanly. And if he doesn't take the option, she said. Then Dumbledore's Aurors will find him within the hour regardless, Harry said. I just want him to know that I know. Personally. She held his gaze for a long moment. Why does that matter to you? He thought about it honestly. Because for 6 months he's been treating me as a piece on a board, Harry said. I want him to see me as the person who ends his game. Not a piece. A player. Fleur looked at him for a long time. Then she said, I'm coming. You don't, I am ZE Crown Princess of ZE Veela Nation, she said. ZE national testimony is mine. ZE seal breach is a sovereign violation that I reported. If you are going to stand in front of ZE man who attempted to compromise my nation, I am standing beside you. She raised an eyebrow. Besides. You said beside, not behind. He looked at her. Always, he said. They found Rosier in Hogsmeade. Not hiding, exactly, sitting at an outside table at the Three Broomsticks with a drink in front of him, watching the road to Hogwarts with the patient quality of someone who has not yet decided what to do next. He looked up when Harry and Fleur came around the corner and his expression moved through several things in quick succession, calculation, assessment, and finally a kind of resigned clarity, the look of someone who sees checkmate but hasn't knocked over their king yet. He didn't stand. Harry didn't require him to. They sat across from him at the outside table in the June afternoon, and for a moment it was simply 3 people at a table in a village, which was its own kind of odd. Monsieur Potter, Rosier said. The easy manner was still present. Impressive, Harry thought, maintaining that under these circumstances took real discipline. Mademoiselle Delacour. Crown Princess, Fleur said, pleasantly. A very slight tightening around his eyes. Of course, he said. My apologies. Marchetti's paper publishes tomorrow, Harry said. British Journal of Advanced Magic. June issue. Rosier went still. He processed this for a measured moment and Harry watched him do it, watched the smooth, practiced composure work through the implications and come out the other side at the same place Harry had arrived earlier. The Wisengamot evidence was lodged this afternoon, Harry continued. Dumbledore received the national testimony and immediately recused himself. The panel is Augusta Longbottom, Griselda Marchbanks, and an independent adjudicator from the European Magical Court. He paused. Crouch Jr.'s testimony is secured. Your signature charm is in the Aura report on Crouch Sr. Rosier looked at his drink. His hands on the table were perfectly still. The narrative you've been building since January, Harry said, about the bond being manufactured for political purposes, it ends tomorrow when Marchetti publishes. You can try to push it anyway, but you'll be arguing against a peer-reviewed paper in a prestigious journal and you'll look like exactly what you are. Rosier looked up from his drink. His eyes settled on Harry with the specific quality of someone making a final assessment, not threatening, not calculating anymore. Just looking. You are 14 years old, he said. Almost 15, Harry said. And I'm sitting here because 6 months ago you started trying to destroy something that mattered. Not just to me. To her. He didn't gesture toward Fleur. He didn't need to. And because I wanted you to know that the person who ended it was not a ministry operation or a Veela security team or Dumbledore's long game. It was two people who decided to pay attention. Rosier was quiet. What appends to Thibaut, Fleur said, and her voice was controlled but there was something in it that had been waiting to ask this question. He was compromised through his household. If you used is people against Thibaut knows nothing, Rosier said, and the ease had finally cracked, not into fear but into something more honest, more tired. I used a member of his household. Paid him well. Thibaut himself, he paused. He is exactly what he appears to be. An old man who loves his nation. And you used that love, Fleur said. Yes, Rosier said, simply. By convincing him that aligning with Z Dark Lord's interests was Z's safest path, she said. Rosier looked at her. I never mentioned the Dark Lord to Thibaut, he said. I simply suggested that the Veela Nation's interests were best served by a British consort with appropriate connections. And that Monsieur Potter's connections were problematic. He paused. I was not wrong about that, technically. You were wrong about which connections mattered, Harry said. A long quiet. Down the Hogsmeade Road, a group of students were walking back toward Hogwarts in the June warmth, talking loudly about something ordinary. The Three Broomsticks' open door spilled sound into the afternoon. What do you want? Rosier said. You came here to tell me it's over. You could have done that through the Aurors. What do you actually want from this conversation? Harry looked at him. He'd asked himself that question on the walk down from the castle and arrived at an honest answer. I want to understand you, he said. Not justify what you did. Understand it. Rosier looked at him for a long moment. Something in the composed, patrician face shifted, not fully, but enough to see what was underneath. Something older. Something that had been living with a specific fear for a long time. Z Dark Lord is returning, Rosier said. Not maybe. Not eventually. The signs have been there for 2 years. I've watched British Magical Society pretend it is not happening. He looked at his drink. I've a family. I've people I am responsible for. When I was a young man I watched what appealed to those who chose the wrong side. He paused. I determined I would not make that mistake. You chose the wrong side again, Harry said. Evidently, Rosier said, with the flat tone of genuine self-assessment. The fear makes sense, Harry said. The method was wrong. You tried to position yourself by destroying something instead of building something. He paused. That's the difference between people who survive and people who don't. Rosier looked at him with the expression of a man hearing something from a direction he hadn't expected. "They orders are coming," Fleur said, without checking anything. She simply knew, the way someone knows when a conversation has reached its last moment. "You have perhaps 10 minutes. What you do with them is yours to decide." Rosier looked at his hands. "At the drink. At the road to Hogwarts." Then he looked at Harry and Fleur and said, "Will the testimony protect my family? My wife, my children? They know nothing." "The testimony names you and your actions," Harry said. "Your family's names aren't in it." He held Harry's gaze. Something passed between them, not forgiveness, not absolution, just the plain acknowledgement of two people who have looked at each other honestly. "Then I'll stay," Rosier said. "And I'll answer what they ask me." He turned his drink in his hands and looked at the summer road and waited. Harry and Fleur left him there. They walked back up to Hogwarts in the long June evening light, the castle above them warm-windowed and permanent, the grounds green and wide after a year of snow and cold and the specific weight of a tournament that had never been meant for Harry Potter. They didn't talk on the way up. They didn't need to. The thing that had been building since a cold December corridor and 2 butterbeers and a girl who chose her disaster with both hands had reached a kind of natural resting point, not an ending, but a landing, the first solid ground after a long crossing. At the castle gates Fleur stopped. "They claiming ceremony," she said. "My mayor will want to schedule it. It has been delayed by," she gestured at the general shape of the last 6 months. "When does she want to do it?" Harry said. "August," Fleur said. "After ZE tournament's official close and before ZE new academic year. It would be small, intimate. They council, my family, whoever you want present." She paused. "It is formal, but it does not have to be, it does not have to be what ZE public version would be. They public ceremony comes later. They claiming is," she searched for the word. "Ours," Harry said. She looked at him. "August," he said. "Yes. Hermione will want to be there." "Obviously Hermione will be there," Fleur said, and the tone was so exactly like something Hermione herself would say that Harry laughed, and Fleur looked surprised for half a second and then she was laughing too, both of them standing at the castle gates in the evening light doing nothing particularly dignified. "What about ZE summer?" she said, when it settled. "Before August. I have to go back to the Dursleys," Harry said. "For a few weeks. Dumbledore's blood ward reasoning, I've looked into it and there is actual logic to it, I just hate that there is." He paused. "After that, France." "Good," she said. "Gabrielle will have more broom questions. She has been practicing her English specifically so she can ask you about broom aerodynamics without me translating," Fleur said. "She is 8. She is already terrifyingly focused. She takes after someone," Harry said. Fleur looked at him with the warm direct expression, the unguarded one, the one that had started showing up more regularly over the last months and that he suspected she no longer fully controlled. "I will tell, you said so," she said. "She will be insufferable about it for a week." They walked into the castle. The Wisingamot proceedings moved with the efficient speed that serious evidence in the hands of serious people could sometimes achieve. Longbottom's panel convened within 48 hours. Rosier's testimony was received, his connections documented, the network traced. Walcott was suspended pending investigation on the second day. 3 additional ministry figures were named in the subsequent proceedings. The Daily Prophet, having missed the story entirely on Rosier's behalf, overcorrected with 8 consecutive front-page pieces that managed to be simultaneously breathless and wrong about several details. Hermione wrote a letter to their editor correcting the factual errors. It was published in its entirety, which surprised her slightly. Marchetti's paper landed in the British Journal of Advanced Magic and was immediately the most discussed article in British magical academic circles for the entire month of June. She sent Harry a personal letter that was 12 pages long and mostly questions. He answered all of them. The correspondence that developed between them over the following year would eventually be published as an appendix to her second paper, which was titled, in the characteristic direct style of someone who had given up on academic euphemism, The Eternal Resonance, Documented Evidence and Why We Were Wrong to Call It Theoretical. Thibault received a visit from Apollon personally. Harry wasn't present for that meeting, but Fleur described it afterward, her mother sitting across from the old counselor in his study at Amidst court and laying out exactly how his household had been used and exactly what Rosier had done and by extension what had almost been done to the nation. Thibault had listened without moving for a very long time. He resigned from the High Council 3 days later, citing age and the need for renewal. His letter of resignation also contained, in its final paragraph, a formal acknowledgement of the Eternal Resonance bond's validity and a statement of confidence in the Crown Princess's judgment. Fleur read that paragraph to Harry through the disc late on a Thursday night and her voice was perfectly controlled, which told him everything about what it meant to her. He did the right thing eventually, Harry said. He did, she said. He is a good man who was afraid. Rosier found fear and used it. A pause. The council seat will go to someone younger. My mare as a candidate. Someone who has been waiting for right moment. Vienne's recommendation. Harry guessed. Vienne's younger sister, Fleur said. She is 28 and she has degrees in both Veela constitutional law and international magical relations and she speaks 4 languages. A beat. Vienne is entirely not biased about it. Completely impartial, Harry agreed. Absolutely, Fleur said. 3 nights before the end of term, Harry went to see Dumbledore. Not because something needed resolving or because there was a problem. He went because the year was ending and things had changed significantly and it seemed right to acknowledge that between the two of them directly. Dumbledore was in his office, as he usually was at this hour, working through correspondence by the light of the fire. Harry, he said. Sit down. Harry sat. Fawkes watched him from the perch. I wanted to tell you something, Harry said. About the summer. About August. He paused. The claiming ceremony is in August. It's private, just the council and family and people I want there. I'm going to France after the Dursleys. He looked at Dumbledore. I'm not asking permission. I'm telling you. I know, Dumbledore said. Apollon informed me last week. She did. She was very courteous about it, Dumbledore said. She told me you would be under adequate protection and the blood wards would be maintained through the required period and that she expected the August ceremony to proceed without incident. He paused. She also said, he hesitated briefly, which was unusual. What did she say? Harry said. She said that in 40 years of protecting her family and her nation, she had never felt the specific quality of confidence that she felt in watching you. Dumbledore's voice was measured and quiet. She said it once, and did not elaborate on it, and moved on to logistical details. Harry thought about Apollon's note, he'll do, and the directness of their first meeting and everything that had developed since. She's not easy with sentiment, Harry said. No, Dumbledore agreed. She said something else, however. She said, and I believe she meant this as the primary point, that the Veela Nation's formal position, to be announced in August concurrent with the claiming, would be that the nation is ending its 400-year neutrality and formally aligning with the forces opposing Voldemort's return. He paused. When the conflict comes, and it is coming, Harry, I believe as you do that it is only a matter of time, the Veela Nation will stand. The fire in Dumbledore's office crackled. Fawkes made a long clear note that hung in the air like something tangible. Not because of me, Harry said. No, Dumbledore agreed. Because of Apollon's assessment of what is right, and Fleur's courage in bringing you into the nation's sphere, and the Council's recognition of what the bond represents. He paused. But your presence accelerated a decision that might have taken another generation to make. He looked at Harry over the half-moon glasses. That is not nothing. I know, Harry said. They sat for a moment in the comfortable quiet of two people who have reached an honest place with each other after a longer route than either would have preferred. Voldemort, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. He's coming back. This year or next. Harry looked at the fire. Crouch Jr.'s testimony laid out the ritual he needs. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. I am aware, Dumbledore said quietly. My blood, Harry said. He specifically needs mine. Yes. So either he comes at me here, in Britain, in the next year, or, Harry stopped. Or he waits until I go to him. Which I won't do. So it's here. Yes, Dumbledore said. Harry turned this over. The Veela Nation's alignment changes his calculus, he said. He's been building toward a British conflict, a European conflict eventually. He doesn't expect to face Veela forces as well. It might change his timeline. It might delay him, Dumbledore said. Or it might accelerate him. Men like Voldemort respond to perceived advantage windows closing by moving sooner rather than later. Then we need to be ready sooner rather than later, Harry said. He looked at Dumbledore. I need everything you know about the ritual. About what he needs and how close he is and what the weak points are. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. That, he said, is a summer's worth of conversation. Then we start in September, Harry said. Full disclosure. Not pieces. Everything. Another long moment. The fire. The instruments. Fawkes, watching. Everything, Dumbledore agreed. The last day of the Hogwarts year was the kind of day that seemed designed to be remembered, warm and clear, the grounds lit in the specific gold of late-morning June sun, the great hall full of noise and the smell of a final excellent breakfast and several hundred students who were carrying the weight of an unusual year in various states of digestion. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione and ate bacon and read Marchetti's latest letter, which had arrived with a note from Fleur attached that said simply she sends these to me first to check that she is not being too intense. She is always too intense. I always tell her to send them anyway. Ron was talking about the summer, about what the Burrow was going to look like with all the Weasleys home, about whether Fred and George's new project was going to result in property damage. Hermione was reading, which she did during most meals when she wasn't actively arguing with someone, and occasionally inserting a correction into Ron's accounts with the practiced ease of long friendship. Harry was content in the specific way that doesn't require external confirmation. He was going to spend 3 weeks at the Dursleys pretending to be an ordinary boy in an ordinary house, which he'd done before and could do again. He was going to France in late July with Hermione, who had already packed her reading list, and Fleur was going to introduce them both to the parts of Amidst's court he hadn't seen yet. In August, in a small ceremony at the ancestral seat of the Veela Nation, in front of the people who mattered, he was going to formally acknowledge a bond that the magic had identified in December and that he had been choosing, every day since, of his own free will. After that there was a war coming. He knew that with the same plainness he knew anything, not fear, not dread, just the clear-eyed awareness of someone who has been pointed at the horizon for a long time and has decided to walk toward it on his own terms. Across the great hall, at the Beauxbatons table, Fleur was finishing her breakfast with the contained elegance she brought to everything, speaking to one of her classmates in the easy French of people who have been in close quarters for a year. As if she'd felt the direction of his attention, which was the bond, he thought, or something like it, still developing, still clarifying, she looked up. Across the noise and distance of the great hall, they held the look for a moment. Not performing it for anyone. Not managing it. Just two people looking at each other over the heads of a few hundred oblivious classmates with the specific warmth of people who know exactly where they stand. She raised an eyebrow very slightly. He raised one back. She looked away first, returned to her conversation. He went back to Marchetti's letter. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was saying something to Crabbe and Goyle that he clearly thought was very cutting about Harry and Fleur, which had been happening with increasing frequency since the Prophet article in January. Harry knew because Seamus had reported it to him 3 weeks ago with gleeful detail. Harry had not responded to any of it. Not because it didn't register, but because Malfoy's commentary was its own kind of endorsement. You don't repeatedly mock what doesn't bother you, and the frequency of the commentary said something fairly clear about how much Malfoy was bothered. Ron, who had no such restraint, looked over at the Slytherin table, then back at Harry, and said, "You should do something." "I don't need to," Harry said. Ron considered this. Then he said, "Yeah, fair," and went back to his bacon. Hermione lowered her book just far enough to look at Harry over the top of it. "How are you feeling?" she said. "Actually." Harry thought about it for a genuine moment, the same honesty he tried to bring to most things. "Like something started," he said. "And like that's good." She looked at him for a moment and then she smiled, the real Hermione smile, not the academic or the carefully controlled version but the one that came out when she was actually happy about something. "Good," she said. "That's exactly right." She went back to her book. Ron offered Harry the last piece of toast without looking up from his own plate, the automatic generosity of genuine friendship, and Harry took it and ate it in the sunlit hall while around them the school year ended with its ordinary noise. The claiming ceremony was held on the 17th of August at Armistice Court, in the internal courtyard where the silver-green plants grew between the old stones, under an evening sky the color of the inside of a shell. Small was accurate, the 7 remaining council members, Apollon and Gabrielle, Hermione, and Hagrid, who had received his invitation from Harry with an expression that had required 3 large handkerchiefs. Marchetti had brought a small notebook and was trying to look like she wasn't taking notes, and Vienne was doing an excellent job of pretending not to notice her colleague's notebook. The ceremony was in French with an English counterpart read by Apollon simultaneously, traditional Veela form, a declaration, a response, the formal acknowledgement of the bond's nature, and the lighting of 2 small silver flames that were brought together by both parties until they merged into the warm gold white of the eternal resonance. Harry said his part clearly and without flourish and meant every word of it. Fleur said hers in the same way, and the French didn't matter because the quality of how she said it communicated everything across the language gap. When the flames merged, the courtyard filled briefly with that extraordinary light, warm and gold white, casting everything around it in a glow that made the old white stone walls look like they were burning from the inside. Gabrielle made a sound that was the French equivalent of wow. Marchetti was definitely taking notes. Hagrid was on his 4th handkerchief. Apollon watched with silver eyes that were doing several things at once, the mother and the queen existing simultaneously, both satisfied, both present. Harry and Fleur stood in the merged light for a moment and then looked at each other, which was the natural thing to do when you were in a remarkable situation and the most important person in it was standing 3 feet in front of you. "Bien," Fleur said quietly. "Well," he agreed. The light faded slowly, unhurried, the way the eternal resonance seemed to do most things, thoroughly and without drama, settling into whatever form it was going to take for the long run. The courtyard was warm and full of people Harry had found in the last year of his life who mattered to him, and above them the August stars were coming out over southern France, and the world was large and dangerous and full of things that needed to be done, and Harry stood in the middle of all of it without fear. The announcement from the Veela Nation was released the following morning to every major magical press outlet simultaneously, a diplomatic practice that ensured no country received it first and could therefore claim precedence. It was 12 paragraphs and written in Apollon's impeccable hand, formal and precise and completely clear. The Veela Nation was ending 400 years of formal neutrality. The nation committed its full diplomatic and strategic support to the forces opposing the return of the Dark Lord known as Voldemort. It cited the eternal resonance bond between Crown Princess Fleur Isabel Delacour and Harry James Potter as both a personal foundation and a demonstration that the magical world's future was built in connections that crossed historical boundaries. The final paragraph read, "Ze Veela Nation has stood apart from the conflicts of the wider magical world for 4 centuries. We chose neutrality when alignment felt like risk. We have learned, through events both personal and political, that neutrality in the face of darkness is not safety. It is simply a longer path to the same danger. We choose differently now. We choose the side that chooses the future. The Daily Prophet ran it on the front page under the headline, Veela Nation breaks neutrality, Harry Potter connection cited. Rita Skeeter, whose article it was despite everything, got several facts spectacularly wrong in the body of the text. The headline was accurate. Hermione bought 3 copies. Harry read the announcement sitting on the low stone wall of Amidst Court's eastern courtyard in the early morning, the same courtyard where the silver-green plants grew in their patient patterns, the same one he'd seen from the guest window on his first visit in January. Fleur came out and sat on the wall beside him while he was still reading. She had coffee, actual French coffee, which she'd been trying to convince him was better than tea for 6 months and had finally, reluctantly, partially succeeded. "Zay Prophet misspelled my name," she said, reading over his shoulder. "They've been misspelling my name since 1991, Harry said. "Unacceptable," she said firmly. "Entirely," he agreed. She read the rest of it in silence. He watched her face do the careful, private processing it did when something significant arrived, not performed reaction, just actual thought. The morning light was warm and early and the courtyard was still and the silver-green plants were doing their quiet growing thing. "My grandmere ruled this nation for 40 years without a mate bond," Fleur said eventually, not looking up from the paper. "She was extraordinary. She built things that are still standing. She did it alone." "Yes," Harry said. "I don't want to do it alone," she said. "I know," he said. She lowered the paper and looked at him. The morning light was very direct and the expression she wore in it was the fully unguarded one, the one that had started appearing more frequently and lasting longer, the one that was going to be, he suspected, simply how she looked at him from here forward. "Zay Council wants to schedule a formal public ceremony," she said. "For next year. After ZE war, ideally, but if, after the war," Harry said. "We'll plan it after." "You sound very certain about after." "I am," he said. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "Marchetti wants to be in ZE front row at ZE public ceremony." "She's already sent a formal request," Harry said. "I know," Fleur said. "She sent it to me first. She included a 12-page briefing on ZE symbolic significance of ZE placement." "I told her front row left," Harry said. Fleur blinked. "When?" "Yesterday," Harry said. She was very pleased. Fleur stared at him. "You corresponded with my High Counselor about seating arrangements for a ceremony that, as not appeased yet and is contingent on defeating ZE most dangerous Dark Lord in a century." "She asked very nicely," Harry said. A pause. Then Fleur did the thing she'd been doing since December in the corridor, the laugh that surprised itself out of her, that changed her whole face, that was worth everything. Harry drank his French coffee and watched her laugh in the early morning and felt the bond between them sitting in his chest with the warmth and permanence of something that had always been there and had simply been waiting for him to arrive. The war was coming. He knew that with absolute clarity and felt no fear of it, only the focused readiness of someone who has chosen their ground and knows what they're defending. Let it come. He'd faced worse, and he hadn't faced it yet with a nation standing beside him, with the gold-white magic settled and growing in his chest, with Hermione's research and Fleur's political precision and Apollin's unflinching authority ranged on the same side. Let it come. Harry Potter, consort claimant to the Crown Princess of the Veela Nation and genuinely terrible student of French coffee culture, looked out at the silver-green courtyard of Amidst Court and waited for the future with both hands open.